Okay. In compliance with the Open Public Meetings Act, PL 1975, Chapter 231, the notice requirements have been satisfied. The meeting dates for the year are confirmed at the annual meeting, are posted on the public bulletin board in the lobby of the municipal center, and published in the record within the first 10 days of the new year. Notice of this meeting via the August 14th, 2020 Sunshine Notice has been sent to the Record, Suburbanite, and Northern Valley News, has been posted on the bulletin board in the lobby of the municipal center and borough website. Okay, so this is a work session we're in here right now, and the first item to be considered is the introduction of our new human resources manager, Victoria Ribello. Does anyone want to say anything about Victoria? Or Victoria, why don't you give us a 2-minute elevator pitch? Tell us about you. Tell the community about yourself, and welcome aboard, most importantly.
So, my name is Victoria Ribello. I started on July 20th. I received a warm welcome from all the employees I've met so far. You know, I hope to make a positive impact. I have 9 years of HR experience, and I'm really looking forward to my time here. And I just wanted to thank the governing body for this opportunity. And I look forward to working with everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Huge win for Tenafly. This is great.
Welcome aboard. Okay, Lauren, do you want to say something?
Sure. I just want to say we're thrilled to have you, Victoria. We've been pushing for an HR role in our borough to assist with employee issues and improve work-life balance and culture for our employees, and really just help us solve a lot of the things as we move forward and innovate. And we're excited to have you part of the team. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. The second item is the borough website. Dan, did you put this on the agenda?
Yes, I did. Just a quick question. Can someone from administration just give us what's going on with this project now?
Sure. Lizette, do you want to do that, or do you want Susan to do it because she's asking for quotes? What would you like?
Either Susan or Omar can do it because I am not involved in the website.
Susan, you want to address that?
Because he's part of the team.
Omar? Can you hear me, Omar? Are you muted or are you there?
Omar is on and he's unmuted.
Okay, so until he unmutes, I'll fill in the blanks. So we went out to, we recognized we needed a professional website developed to tie up the very end of this. And we have a quote from one particular individual right now, which is a little bit above the point where we can, award the project. So based on the dollar amount. So we have a second quote. We're talking to Civic Plus this week to make sure we're getting the most bang for our buck and we're making the right decision here. So probably by the end of the week, we will have the two potential vendors, which is what we're required to do. And we will choose one of them to wrap up the website for launch.
And why isn't the original vendor, why did they drop the specs for the bid or give an estimate in the beginning? Why did it go out to a person?
Because the original vendor expected to hand everything over to the Tenafly, to our employees, for us to actually go ahead and finish the website and then migrate it. And that was, whether it was miscommunication or misunderstanding or what have you, from the very beginning, that typically is not what they do. If we wanted to have contracted for those services in the beginning, we could have, but we did not. And so in the end, we still need their professional expertise to help tie the loose ends together. Does that answer your question?
There was a ton of echo on that last sentence.
Okay, so we decided that we need their greater expertise to finish the website and get the final details put together in terms of the buttons we want, and how it will look when the residents view it. Because we're looking for a website that is designed from the resident's point of view, from the user's point of view. And so we want to do it right.
And the specs did not come from the website, the vendor?
The specifications did not. We put the specifications using outside vendor, as we all had discussed, and then we gave the same specifications to our existing website vendor, so everyone was on the same playing field. Any more questions from anyone on that topic? Okay. All right.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'm waving.
Oh, I can't see you. There's like 30 people on my screen. I can't see when you're waving. So since you're waving, speak, please.
Dan, I just want to follow up. One of the reasons why we're doing this to finish up everything is we're at the point where each department is reimagining what their current web page and links are going to be. And rather than have Vinu and I and Omar sit with each department, we wanted somebody who can give a cohesive plan and work directly with them. So, we have this website committee, but to get us over the finish line and get it all looking like one uniform website, this person's going to work with the departments directly. It's sort of like an in-between, and it's just going to finish this up. But the website design is redesigned, it's reimagined. We're working on changing the data and how the residents are going to use it per department. So that's what we're up to.
That wasn't the concern. The concern is where this person came from and why the original vendor wasn't a part of it.
Oh,
the original
okay.
vendor said to us when we asked for this skill, that's going to cost you additional above and beyond, where we had all believed that it was part of our initial costs for them to help work with the departments. So the original vendor kind of wasn't very clear on that, I would say. So, again, we've gone back to them and said, here's what we're looking to do. What are your costs? But I think they're going to become so much more expensive. There's a local person who worked with, we had reached out to the Board of Ed intellectual property and said, who's working on your websites? And this is somebody who worked with the Board of Ed and reimagined some of theirs.
Any more questions on the website? Okay. Magnolia Avenue sidewalks. Hold on a second. So we received a, Lizette, you want to take this one?
Yes, the governing body reviewed a request at the last meeting in July for the installation of sidewalks, and the borough engineer was part of that meeting and had recommended, if the governing body is going to discuss this, the best thing to do is to reach out to the affected property owners by regular mail and certified. I did reach out to them for their input. If you look on your agenda packet, there are 4 comments that were received that I had posted. Otherwise, there are a number of residents on the line that wish to be part of the discussion after the governing body deliberates.
So any council members like to open up with comments on this topic, or I'll make my comments?
Is the person who's requesting this sidewalk project on?
I do not know. I have not seen their name. I will say that they made the request. They sent either an email or a letter to the borough. All the correspondence that I have seen from the residents responding to our certified mail has been negative. I have not seen anyone who wants the sidewalk, and this is before they even realize how this would be paid for, which they'd probably be saying no twice. And today I got a very colorful letter from a resident, which is not suitable for publication. And I will just say that they were also against the sidewalk, going in. So I'm not sure if any council members want to pursue this, or what would you like to do? Lauren, your hand's up first.
So I've spoken with the resident who is looking to implement the sidewalks. And one of the main reasons is that this area of Magnolia Avenue is where Malm Elementary School carpools and lets out. And every day, sitting on the carpool line, of which I'm a part of, you see children walking all over property flower beds, in people's lawns, on the street, because there's really no safe area. And I understand that while these 4 letters out of the whole block said, we're not interested, there is a safety issue here about our children, and this is a school zone. So I would like to hear from a larger group other than these 4 residents before we make a decision one way or the other. I do think we should reach out to Malm Elementary. I know there's grants that maybe we could pursue for safe routes to school. And while those might take 10 years, we should at least explore our options. That way, at least we know how we'd pay for it if we could. But, I know that there's an issue here about children walking all over the sidewalks, not the sidewalks, the grass and the streets, and they go onto Hudson and there's no sidewalks. So I understand the rationale behind making this request.
Banu?
Yeah. Is there a way to work with the mom parents and find out what how the mom parents about this? If they have an interest in one way or the other.
I mean, I guess we'd have to go through the Board of Ed for that.
Yeah, so that's we would communicate with the Board of Ed on that issue. Council, any other, Jeff?
Can I make a point?
Yes.
Hello?
So,
Sorry.
the way that it was done on Downey was through the HSA, actually making some of the and
We can't hear you, Jeff.
I'm here.
Get muted.
Can we mute everybody?
Speak, Jeff.
All right. A little better. The way it worked on Downey is that the Smith HSA, and there was a lot of community opposition, which is why I know Andy had said the way to do it, but I remember at the last meeting I said, if we're going to do anything, we need to reach out and let property owners know that these kinds of things might be going onto their property. Because that did not happen on Downey. It led to a protracted fight. I'm not sure, when you look at safety, I understand the safety issue, but what it's done is extended the carpool drop-off to be very long, and now people, because Downey became one way, people are parking on the left and letting their kids out on the passenger side out into the street. So, on one hand, there was a safety upgrade. On the other hand, I watch every day kids almost getting the doors and their heads knocked off by cars. So there was a lot of, even with best laid intentions, there were a lot of problems that still exist and continue to exist here.
Any other council people want to weigh in? Diane, I don't mean to cut you off, but we'll have your comments in public comment, and we'll be happy to listen. Any other council members? Lizette?
Mark?
Yes, Dan.
Is there a existing traffic study in that area? I don't remember if we did one recently.
A census tract? There wouldn't be a census tract there. What do you ask?
No, traffic study.
I'm not aware of any traffic. There is no, Andy is shaking his head. No, there is no traffic study there. This is strictly a resident asking the question and putting it out.
Can I jump in on that, actually?
Of course, Lauren.
We had our police, Chief Chamberlain had various signs put up in and around this area last year. And so the police did come and they watched the street and the traffic flow for a couple days, numerous times. I think 2 or 3 different times, depending on the signage that we were looking to add. So I know that there's something, at least from last year, on that.
So then maybe perhaps the solution to move this along is have a conversation with the police chief. Lizette and I will talk to the police chief, and he'll take a look at it to see what recommendations. and to ascertain whether we move forward at all with this, or just,
Right.
you know, put an end to it.
And maybe a rough estimate to see if the grant's even worth going after.
Right. Okay, is everyone agree, any disagreement with that issue? Okay, Lizette, we're clear on that one, right?
Yep. But what about the residents of Magnolia that are on the meeting?
So should we, I mean, typically we would wait till public comment time, or are you suggesting we do
Well-
public comment time now for them?
No, since whenever there's an issue on a specific topic, the purpose of reaching out to them to let them know of the meeting is to have them involved, since they would be directly affected whether or not they do have children in the school. I mean, they should be part of the process at this meeting and the following one once you have Chief Chamberlain's comment.
So we have them comment publicly now, is what you're suggesting?
Yes.
Can I make a comment?
Hold on. Yes, Diane, I can hear you. Hold on one second, please. All the council members okay with that? Just not, okay. All right, Diane, you're
Hi.
up first.
I have lived on my
Just
property.
say your name and your address, please.
Diane Poole Chesson, and I live at 138 Magnolia Avenue. I am one house in from Prospect. It's a double frontage lot. I have lived on this property for 55 years. I was born, I moved here when I was like 5 years old, and I have always known Magnolia Avenue as a lovely residential street. I have taken a look up and down Magnolia Avenue, assessing where there are sidewalks and where there aren't. I noticed between Highwood Avenue and Hillside Avenue are sidewalks, but the frontages on the east side of the street are enormous. They have very deep lots, and the houses are set up way far back from the street. So I don't think it really impacts the residents. Between Prospect Terrace and Hudson, the frontages of all the homes there are extremely short and narrow. They have very little depth, and the houses are not far from the curb in many cases. Also, on the eastern side of the street, every house has a telephone pole, a huge telephone pole in front of their houses. So, and huge trees. Some of them have enormous trees in the front of the house. So I'm not even certain how something like that would be functional or the ability to even do such a thing. Also, the question is, who maintains these sidewalks in the winter months? If residents are elderly and they decide to go to Florida, who's paying for the maintenance and upkeep of the black ice, the snow, the removal? You can't expect a resident to pay for that. And also, I'm here every day. I'm retired now, and I see what's going on Magnolia Avenue very carefully. I assess the situation as I grew up here. And they're very organized now. A few years back, they were not. They have a complete system going on here. The crossing guard is excellent. There may be, from Prospect to Hudson, there may be a backup of 10, 12 cars. The lady moves them along very fast. I would say the pickup and the drop-off doesn't take more than 15 minutes. So for the town to impose this huge project, this costly project, I think it's absurd when we're talking about 15 minutes in the morning and the afternoon, 8 or 9 months a year. I've never seen any issues of children running in the street, and I watch. I have seen kids walking on people's property, but it's quick. So I don't really see it as a safety issue. There's a police car every day, like at the edge, and the crossing guard is watching like a hawk. So I'm not sure why that resident feels that there's a danger to the children. I had 2 kids grow up here, and I never had a problem around here.
Okay, Diane, thank you for your comments. I appreciate it. Lizette, does anyone else like to speak?
I have a comment too.
Okay, could you please give me your name and your address, please?
No, it's Rosenberg Kern, and I can't figure out how to work the camera.
That's okay. We can hear you,
Rosemary
Rosemary, just
Kern.
fine.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I live from Diane at 137 Magnolia, And I see the children, they walk all over my lawn, and I am completely happy with that. I even pick up candy wrappers. I would rather do that, more paving here in what is pleasant green avenue. I also want to echo what Diane said about the crossing guard. Marie is absolutely wonderful, and the entire traffic pattern has changed dramatically since she started enforcing rules. So what I see is children walking on lawns, then going out to their cars. Of course, they have to be to get to the car. One other, on a different subject, one other cost issue that I wanted to raise is utilities. I can only speak for myself, but my water shutoff is right where it would be paved over. So I'm presuming that I would have to pay to have the water and perhaps also the gas, I'm not sure about that, relocated. So just seeing a green avenue where I don't see problems turned into something that's more paved, especially when we're trying to keep green and try and minimize hard surfaces, to me is just not right. And just to finish, my desk has a window that looks out on Magnolia. So I really observe everything that goes on, and I have not seen a problem with kids running around uncontrolled or in dangerous situations.
Okay. Thank you, Rosemary. You know, the reason we're having this entire conversation in public for the first time is because, frankly, we need the residents' input to understand how everyone feels here to determine whether it's worthwhile to move forward or not. So thank you for commenting.
Thank you.
Who else would like to speak?
I mean, I don't see anybody's name based off my owner and address report, but they could be a call-in user. It only gives call-in user with a number. So I will be unmuting the call-in users in case any of them are Magnolia residents.
Okay, so we're going to unmute the call-in users, and I'll ask if there's any other commenters for the Magnolia Street sidewalk idea.
Okay, all done.
Okay. Okay. So do we have any residents who want to talk only about the Magnolia Street sidewalk discussion? Please speak up.
Yes. Hi. My name is Paul Park.
Have your name and address, please.
Yes. My name is Paul Park, and it's 135 Magnolia Avenue.
Thank you.
I'm on the corner lot. Thanks for surfacing this issue. Honestly, you know, so I've been here for 5 years, work at home a lot, and, you know, like the other two residents here, I think it's very well managed. My biggest concern is the cost and the maintenance, right? So safety issue-wise, I think the kids are fine walking on the grass. I mean, corner lot, they're cutting across to my grass all the time. All price to pay. You know, kids are nice, right? They're wonderful. But really, you know, like I would kind of you know, mimic what the other people are saying. In terms of it's very well managed, kids are going back and forth on the grass. There's plenty of space to walk, but you know the real impact of sidewalks and you know the maintenance of it. I think it was Lisa who emailed us and said that we would have to pay for maintenance, like a tree uprooting the sidewalk. To me, it's like that. I always thought that would be the town's issue, but stuff like that, and then when snow removal comes, you know, those issues. So this seems to be a very maybe heavy-handed is not the right word, but it seems like a really kind of impactful approach when it seems like things are working pretty well, right? I have two kids, they're both in mom, myself, and, you know, safety is the most important, right? So cars are managed well, kids are walking, you know, they're for the most part working on the curb, that's fine, you know, kids walk on the grass, and that's, you know, that's kind of where we stand on that.
So, Paul, thank you for your comments. We're certainly not taking a heavy-handed approach here at all. This is, again, I'm just repeating myself, but I want to, and that this is really about what the residents want over there. That's what's driving this whole conversation. Is there anyone else wants to speak about the Magnolia sidewalk? Speak up, please.
Yes, hello. My name is Brian Cho, 152 Magnolia Avenue. I'd just like to echo the sentiment of my other fellow residents who have spoken up. I'm against the project. I think right now the traffic is managed very well. I don't see any safety issues for the children who attend MOM, and I don't think it's necessary to build an entire sidewalk project on the street because, we don't want the kids to, walk on the lawn for a block or two. I also want to see if maybe the council or mayor can clarify what the project is. Are we looking to build a sidewalk on both sides of the street or on just one side of the street?
Okay, so to answer your question, and thank you for joining us, there is literally no project. There's been no sketching, no engineering. There is no answer to this side, east and west side. It's literally the genesis of this was an individual resident communicated with us and asked if this was a possibility. And our first thing that we did was to communicate with all the residents. We have no sketches or anything else to show you at this point. It's only in the talking phase.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. And I hope your answer to the resident is no.
Okay. Are there any other residents who would like to speak? And then, Lauren, I see you have a question. Residents, no? Okay, Lauren, go ahead with your question.
Actually, I'm getting a call from the resident who wrote the initial letter. She can't seem to get into the WebEx. She would like to speak. So if we can just give her maybe a 1 or 2 minute courtesy. I keep texting her back the access codes. He's saying it's not working. I'm not sure if she's in a waiting room somewhere. So let's just try.
We'll keep moving forward and we'll certainly let her speak when she gets on. So Lizette, if you could ask for a new member coming on. Any other comments from any residents on the sidewalks before we go back on mute poll here? Okay. Okay, so Councilwoman Dayton, let me know when you have that resident available on, and then we'll unmute for them. Okay, moving on. Go ahead.
She may not be able to get in because it's after the beginning of the meeting, right? I mean, some people had that issue. So, sorry.
No, I have names popping up.
Okay. All right, then I take back my comment.
Did that person pop in, Lizette? Did you say?
No, I'm saying I've had people pop in and out, but no one new has just popped in. I muted all the callers.
Okay.
I'm in trouble.
Okay, so let's move on to the next item. Then we'll come back when that caller calls on. Fall recreation, sports, and programs.
I think I connected with Jamie today. I think we're going to postpone that conversation. Jamie and team want to connect with the rec board. There's a meeting that's being scheduled for this week, and then we'd come back to the council with their thoughts on what we do going forward.
Okay, so let me just throw something out there real quick for the council. We've got several items that we may need to make voting decisions on, so we're likely going to have a special council meeting to do that.
We could do that then.
Yeah, so if the council chooses, they can talk about it now as much as they'd like, or we can hold that off for a special meeting, which will probably be within less than 7 calendar days.
Yeah, and the meeting's scheduled for this week with the rec board, so I think that's good. I would like to say just, I know a number of you have received a lot, all of our council members, we've received a lot of notes and correspondence on how well the summer camp went. So that's great to see that. I know that the Jamie and team are working, and Carol, with the school side of the sports to make sure that there's consistency there and connecting with some of the league and national groups. So once they get feedback from the rec board, looking forward for them to share to the full council their recommendations for the fall and winter rec program.
Councilwoman Dayton, you have a question or you want to say something? Go ahead.
Adam, thank you. Jamie, thank you. I know a lot of thoughts going into this. I know many parents have reached out to me on all ends of the spectrum. Run sports, don't run sports. This is what needs to be safe, all of that. I would task the rec board to consider any purchases we're going to need to make, like tents or disinfectants or sanitizers, to make sure that they have a sense of the costs and the needs for everything. I would task them to think outside the box and maybe consider some additional, or as my daughter told me, time to try a new sport idea like a volleyball or a golf or some additional tennis or racquetball that we can introduce to the children that would give some other safer, exercise and health things. But Adam, I like the idea. I want to make sure the rec board is involved. Absolutely. And I would absolutely like to schedule a special meeting, not a maybe, a yes on this. And that way our public has the opportunity to speak out as well. For anyone on the call tonight, I am sorry we're going to postpone it, but I would like to make sure all parents have, and residents have the opportunity to weigh in. And also tonight's a school board meeting, which is a huge conflict for this discussion.
Agreed.
All
We were
right,
thinking
so
about national solitaire as a major sport. So if anyone's better for social distancing.
okay, I will send a communication out via Lizette to poll the council for a date and time for a special meeting.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Next, thank you both for that. Next item on the agenda is the demolition of the storage building at the recycling center. I don't know if any of you, Andy Hippolyte is on the line here. Lizette, if you could unmute him, he's put together a proposal. If any of you have not had a chance to see, there are these two aging trailers that have been there for about 60 years where the floors have collapsed, be cleaned up and moved away. Andy, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You want to give the council a little elevator pitch on this and explain what you're proposing?
Yeah, the two buildings are in need of demolition. They can't be repaired anymore. To demolish a building, you have to do lead and asbestos testing. That's by law. Once you do that testing, if you have any lead and asbestos, you need to remediate it. And then once that's done, you can demo the building and you can actually go out to bid for it. In this case, these buildings are small enough, it'll probably be just 3 quotes. The first step, again, is to do the lead and asbestos testing.
Andy, let me ask you a question. There was some conversations around the topic of, because these trailers are one-story trailers, that potentially we can have our own DPW with our own excavating equipment, just, reach in and tear it out and throw it into dumpsters and haul it away. Is that feasible or unreasonable?
So once the buildings are free and cleared or cleared of lead and asbestos,
right.
I mean, anybody could demo them. If the DPW feels they have the skills to do that, that's fine. They'd have to take the necessary precautions to water it down. So when they demo a building, they need to have a water truck there watering during demo. It would just be whether they're comfortable or not. Somebody's talking.
Right. We got it. Go ahead, Andy.
Angela.
Okay. So, Andy, so the first step is testing for the lead and asbestos?
Yes.
Why do we need to do that if we're just going to demo the building?
It's state law. So you can't, it goes back probably 10 plus years. People would demo things and just throw it into a landfill. They were bringing lead and asbestos to landfills when that's not where they go. So the state passed a law. It became a federal law eventually, which said whenever you demo something, you test and then abate, and then you can demo and throw wherever you want at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions from council members? Lizette, are you seeing anyone there?
Lauren has a question.
Lauren?
She's muted.
Hi, Andy. Thank you for joining.
Hi, Lauren.
Are there anything surrounding these buildings that we need to be concerned about?
None that I know of, no.
Okay.
All the electrical power and gas has been cut off, Lauren.
Correct.
For the past few months. That we've
Correct.
already done.
Just to clarify, which two of these?
So if you go up on Grove Street and if you're traveling north on Grove, right after you make a left into the recycling center, instead of making the left, you keep driving another 35 feet. There's these two trailers that look like they're falling apart on the western side of Grove, between Grove and the recycling center itself.
Gotcha.
So it sounds, unless I hear different, it sounds like we have a consensus from the council to move forward on this.
I do have a question, though.
Yes, Manu.
Now, are we testing all buildings, or are there other buildings that we should be testing? Or is it just these two at the moment because they're old?
Yeah, no, it's just the law is only around the buildings you're going to demolish. Should the borough test the rest of the buildings for lead and asbestos? Unless there's some reason to do that, I wouldn't do that. It's not required by law. If the lead or asbestos is not friable, it wouldn't be a danger anyway. And Tenafly's done a good job of evaluating their buildings for things that could be hazardous. We don't foresee. If we thought we knew of a hazard, we'd tell you.
Right. Okay.
And this is for next fiscal year?
I believe this may, Susan, are you there?
I am. I don't know where the funding source is for this.
So this might wind up being in the next fiscal year, Dan.
Yeah, there is no funding source for this right now.
So the next fiscal year starts in 4 months. All right. Okay, next item on the agenda, Susan, our CFO, 2020 budget
Mark,
status.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but we have Angela Hitchcock on the phone about the sidewalks.
Perfect timing. Angela Hitchcock, why don't you state your name and your address, please, if you're unmuted, hopefully. Lizette, do you know?
Hi, I'm unmuted. Sorry about that. Angela Hitchcock, 152 Magnolia Avenue.
Go ahead.
Hi. So I'm the one that actually wrote in to request the sidewalks for Magnolia Avenue. As you may or may not know, we're the only section of Magnolia Avenue that does not currently have sidewalks. And we are on a elementary school street. Also, we have carpool that lines up down our street every day. Hopefully, we will have it this year if we start school. Also, we have a lot of snow and leaf debris that also, hello?
We're here. We hear you.
Okay. That piles up on our streets. And so when you have double lane traffic, and then you have parking on both sides of the street after a certain point, because the police chief did come down and he did put up signs up to a certain point, so where you couldn't park up to a certain point on the street. So there's parking on both sides of the street, and then you have double traffic, and then you have children walking in the street to get to wherever their destination is, because we're a walking school. I think it's very unsafe. I think it's just not right. I think it's something that we should look into. And I thought that when we were paving the street, it should have been done. But I think that now that we are paving the street, I'm not even home right now. But I think it's something we should definitely look into for the safety of our children. And if I from what I understand, people are against it. But I mean, if you're against it, I mean, you have to look into the safety of our children that are walking to school.
Okay, Angela.
Basically what I have to say.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is the 2020 budget status. Councilman Manning, did you put this on, or did Susan, the CFO? You're muted.
I think it's a combination. Susan may have put it on, but I have an interest as well.
Okay, Susan, do you want to go first then?
Sure. Okay. So basically what I'm going to start with is our revenue. Year to date, our revenue looks pretty good considering that we're in the midst of a pandemic. We, at the end of July, we received about 51% of our, actually 68% of our revenue. Revenue that is down is court, let me see, court, I wrote it down and I don't have paper, so I'm going to have to go back to this. But it's court, hotel tax, alcoholic beverages, and one other item which I will let you know. Salary and wages generally would be about 58 to 60% by now. However, because there was a decision made to furlough certain departments, recreation team, the assessor's office, court, crossing guards, and library, which utilized approximately between 42 and 52% of the salary and wages, we saw some savings there. However, in some cases throughout the budget, due to areas being under-resourced, we saw a slight increase in overtime. This year, we went out for bond anticipation notes. We will see a slight increase there because normally we would not hire professionals for a rating on bond anticipation notes. However, because of the market being so volatile during the time that we were going out for notes, we wanted to ensure that we would obtain the best interest rate, and therefore we hired bond counsel, auditors, and a financial advisor to do an analysis for us so that we were well positioned in the market, and we received excellent bidders, and we maintained our AAA rating. Legal services have been increased. We had to hire an interim attorney, and those costs are higher than the borough attorney that we had used for 17 years, who unfortunately passed away due to the COVID virus. We will see an uptick in unemployment insurance because of the furloughs that we encountered. However, there again, it's offset in part by the savings in the salary and wages. Streets and road maintenance, we have 10 vacancies. 5 of those vacancies will be filled shortly due to retirement, termination, resignation. We won't see the benefit and savings until the second half of the year due to attrition because these positions will be filled at lower salaries. Most of the other items, such as solid waste, insurance, and those types of items have been paid through the third quarter. Most of our departments have encumbered funds, so they committed them earlier in the year. So then if you look at our balances, I don't know who may have access or asked for reports, those funds may not have been paid yet, but have been committed and out of the ending balances. We will be paying retroactive pay for salaries and wages for those contracts that are coming up and ratified, but the borough adequately reserved for that. We also obtained Amazon government account recently, which gave us a better supply inventory and for items such as PPE and other safety products for the borough, and we were getting those products at a discounted pricing. For revenue received, for taxes, we collected so far $25.4 million for the third quarter, of which we billed 26.7. We're at 95.4%. Generally, we run greater than 98%. At present, we have approximately 297 delinquent accounts, which is really not unusual after a quarter. We'll send out delinquent notices this coming week. We have 4,942 accounts. So I think we're in pretty good shape there, considering we're in the midst of a pandemic. Good news is that we did receive, on August 3rd, we received some state aid energy receipts. There was a hold on that. And this is in my numbers that I gave you before, that we're at 68.6% for revenue. We received a pretty large amount of state aid, $478,000 on August 3rd. We recently had a slight setback with the tropical storm. We're going to see a few emergency resolutions at the next meeting to pay for some equipment, but overall the budget still looks good. I mean, I can't predict what's going to happen this fall with the pandemic, but I'm optimistic that we were very fiscally prudent, and I think that I really believe that we're in very good shape. I think we're doing a good job. I think all the department heads are doing an excellent job in keeping costs down. One thing that is concerning that the governing body will have to look at is our infrastructure in the building for HVAC. The expenditures are quite high for that, and I would ask that you consider before putting in boilers that you consult with the engineer to see if there's any other options. I know the mayor brought up the split system, which I'm not an engineer by no means, but it's something to look at if we're going to do a complete overhaul. And I would say that this is rather urgent.
Susan,
So
just to interrupt you, to correction, it's not the boilers that are in question. It's repairs to the HVAC system and a potential use of the split system, not the boilers.
Is it the boilers, when you do a split system, is that heating and air conditioning?
No, it can be, but the boilers are separate and apart. That's a standalone project that needs to keep moving forward. I'm just correcting that it's the HVAC system, not the boilers you're referring to.
Yeah, we have two issues, is your point.
Correct.
So,
you done, Susan?
I think she DC'd.
We lost Susan.
We lost Susan. Okay.
Go back in.
Vanu, go ahead.
So while I would love for her to be on so that I could say that I think that the CFO and the finance department is doing a phenomenal job of managing our finances during this difficult time. Where there's a lot of uncertainty and stuff like that. Whatever, I'll let her know that separately. But I think there is still a message that I'd want to deliver that we're supposed to be doing emergency spending, and our CFO obviously is not an expert in all departments. This has to come from the individual departments to kind of self-regulate their emergency spending. Right now we've gotten a fairly reasonable amount of our revenue in, and so we have to feel blessed about that we've gotten that in, but that doesn't mean that we can rest. There are potentially issues that could come up in the next several months, COVID related and otherwise. So we do have to keep an eye. We have to be vigilant, I think. And, the departments are the front lines, are on the front lines of that, vigilance. To the extent that, we can't completely know what the unknowable is. For the future, she's doing, and the finance department is doing a great job.
Yep, good point, Vanu. Some of the unknowns. So, who is that? I was going to say some of the unknowns coming up are, we have to continue being prepared for additional waves of COVID with gowns and masks and things of that nature for our emergency workers, and. This last storm we went through, the hurricane/tornado, that was a very early one, and there potentially could be more that hit us in the fall. So we'll see.
That's what's being actually predicted, that this is, a large number of named storms that we're tracking. So again, I echo Vanu on the great job the whole team is doing. So it's great. It's putting all of us, all of our residents in great shape.
That's great. Yep, they are. Any other comments from any of the council members regarding the budget status?
Yeah, I have one.
Go ahead.
Oh.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Oh, sorry. Dan and I both spoke in at the same time.
Oh, I'm sorry. Dan next. Yeah.
I would like, and I'm not sure if Susan's on, so we'll have to discuss this after, but I'd like a rundown of what purchases we actually made, what is still outstanding, because I think in the pandemic that we are now currently dealing with, some of the things we budgeted back in February without a view to this future might not be necessary for 2020 and might be better purchased in 2021 when we have a better sense of our finances. So I would like that analysis.
Okay, I could, Lizette and I will work with Susan, offline on putting that sort of spreadsheet together.
Hello.
Dan?
Oh.
Dan, then Vanu.
This is a question for both Lizette and Susan. In terms of FEMA/CARES reimbursement, which is on your administrator report later, does that affect what we budgeted for purchasing? And second, does the storm trust how much is in the storm trust and how long can we rely on it per se?
Yeah, all of the main PPE, there was a local finance notice that determined that due to the emergency expenses can be made without having to go out to bid or follow the regular purchasing laws, as long as it's COVID related. And with that, since it's not anticipated in the budget, funds from the storm trust can be used. The storm trust was depleted, so there was no money left. Susan did mention to me that there was a FEMA reimbursement somewhere around 20,000 or so. I don't have access to that. Captain DiMancata uploads all of the information and then they process it. And with my administrator's report, thanks to the work from Kelsey at Mazer and with assistance from Amanda and all the information that Mary Patino provided to me and had forwarded over to Kelsey through the supplemental assistance to firefighters grant, they provided the borough with $14,000. So the FEMA is on a rolling basis. I'm also uploading money information to the Bergen County CARES, but that is separate, and they will focus on assisting with technology costs, like once we start getting charged with WebEx and the AT&T conferencing line and things of that nature. And that's already set up with finance. So any reimbursements that come in are going to the storm trust. They're not going in operating.
Gotcha.
Vanu, and by the way, Susan Corrado is back on the call. Vanu,
Right.
You had your hand up?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask that we continue doing these budget updates every quarter, that we schedule it so that it's on there, on the agenda every quarter. Just 10-15 minute, sort of discussion.
Perfectly reasonable. Susan, you're back on the line. Did you have any comments before we move on?
No, I think that overall, as of today, we're in very good shape, probably better shape than most other boroughs. In talking with other CFOs, we were fiscally prudent. We budgeted conservatively, and that's part of the plus. And we took action when we needed to. And we're really watching our spending. So I think overall, we're on the right track.
Yes, Susan, I think Councilman Menon's suggestion is a very good one. Perhaps we should do this 15 minutes every quarter and just report out.
Can I ask a question?
Of course, Lauren.
Sorry, Manny, you want to go first?
No, go ahead.
Just in terms of anticipating future needs, besides the storm trust that we have to refill, but are we right now planning expenditures for the fall and winter for COVID?
No, Lauren, any expenditures that come in for COVID are unanticipated. That's why the state gave the boroughs the opportunity to use their storm trust. The only thing I could say is that we have an escrow account where trees are. We should look at that escrow account and see if there are any monies that can be moved from there for trees that were not replanted and get it in our storm trust. That allows us to have additional funding should we need it.
I thought we depleted that as well.
No, that doesn't get depleted. That just stays there until the residents either plant trees or don't plant trees.
Keeps getting replenished.
Okay, I just know we rightfully used a good portion of it last year, which I was thrilled about, but we might need to find
But
another
we can
pool.
still look at it. We can still looking at it.
Vanu, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to repeat myself because now Susan's on the line about the departments. I understand that the CFO is not in the position of monitoring all emergency spending, so a lot of that falls back to the departments themselves. But we have to remember that we are in a period of emergency spending where we shouldn't be looking at business as usual, and we should conserve for the fact that we may be going into more difficult times ahead.
So just to comment on that, Vanu.
Mhm.
So when, for instance, we'll use the recent storm that went on, and there were various things we had to do: rent generators, sewer pumping station went down, overtime, hiring a crane crew for trees on houses. We kept Susan informed out of the DPW almost daily about every single major, you're going to get a bill for X $10,000 for this. Don't be surprised. So I made sure that Mike Cassidy would communicate those dollars to me and Susan so that she would know that that's coming down the pike pretty quickly. So no one's out. None of the departments have a free hand to do what they want. It's all about having the conversation to make sure the emergency expenditure is justified.
Sure, absolutely. The storm, we understand that is an emergency. Those kinds of expenses. But from looking through bill lists and things like that, I've noticed that there are some things that may not be necessarily construed as emergency spending. So we should keep our eyes on that. That's all.
Of course. Any council members on this budget topic? You seeing any hands up, Lizette?
No.
No. Okay. So let's move on, please. Thank you, everyone, for that. And thank you, Susan, for that report. Let's move on to the easement request for 24 Benjamin Road, please.
Yes, a resident submitted an email and documentation that they are asking, they need to relocate an existing sewer line easement, and as part of the process, they are required to record a deed of the proposed easement. Since I've been here, this has been done only once, or no, it's been done twice. And if the governing body agrees with this, then an ordinance needs to be adopted for this deed of easement, and then that would enable the mayor and myself to sign the recorded deed, and that goes over to John Hogan's office. And the property owner would also have to take care of whatever was required through the building department and the borough engineer. But as far as the governing body is concerned, it's a determination: do you want to move forward? And if so, then an ordinance is required.
So just to summarize, so everyone understands what's happening, these residents own a particular piece of property. They want to build a new house on it. And the sewer line runs in a particular part of their property, and they want to move that sewer line to make way for the foundation of the house. The new sewer line will still be on their particular property. It won't be encroaching on borough property, but because we have an easement, they need permission to do this. Does that explain it, Lizette, pretty clearly?
Yes. And the borough engineer is also still on the line.
Okay, good.
In case there's any questions about this, then he has to go to another meeting in a few minutes, so take advantage of that.
Andy, you want to weigh in on this one?
Yeah, we're okay with it. You just need your approval. They just have to build the new sewer to borough standards, which is typical. You've done this before.
Is there any cost to the borough for this project?
Nope, none at all.
Is there any liability on the borough's part if we agree to do this ordinance?
None.
Any questions from any council members? Lizette, that you can see. Okay.
Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Andy, is it going to be designed in a way that the borough will have unfettered access to?
Yes. Has to be.
We've had that problem elsewhere.
Right, it has to meet the same requirements as it does today, which means we have full access to it, and it's designed to handle the current flows, and it's designed to be to borough standards as far as materials.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Any other questions from council members? So Lizette, what do we do?
Wait, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Mayor.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
This obviously went through the planning and Board of Adjustments. What were their concerns? I mean, do we know, have they voted this to be okay?
Well, this is part of they need this to get their building permit. So that's the last stage of their process here.
Okay. Well, if our engineer's comfortable with it.
Okay.
All right. Said Andy has to jump on to another meeting. Does
Andy, thank you.
Questions for him on any other topic? Nope. Okay.
Right.
I can sign back in if you need me to in about 20 minutes.
You're always welcome to join us.
Lizette can certainly reach out to you if it's determined we need you back, Andy.
Okay, great, guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Andy.
Bye, Andy.
Bye.
So Lizette, what will you do? Prepare an ordinance for the next meeting when we have our 2 readings?
Yes, that requires for me to coordinate with Anthony Bacci on it because there's some legalese that's beyond my pay grade.
Okay. All right. So hopefully we'll get this done in September.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Just take some notes. Okay. All right. The next item is the outside duty ordinance amendment request. Lizette, you want to walk us through that one, please?
Yes, Officer Moriarty is also on. I saw him earlier. Let's see if he's still on. Okay.
He's there.
Oh, there's Brandon. So Brandon can take it from here, but basically the PBA is requesting 2 sections of the Borough Code to be updated. One part, which is simple, involving traffic. That is just updating antiquated language from 1992, and I can't believe I called 1992 antiquated. And the other part involves the fees to be assessed to the Board of Ed, the nonprofits, the utilities, and all other entities to be updated. And I'll unmute Brandon so that way he can go into detail.
Hey, Brandon, how you doing? Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Good afternoon. How are you guys?
Good.
Good. How are you?
Tell us your story. What's going on here?
All right, so I'll split it into 2 different parts. The payment part we've already done before years ago in keeping up with the times, simply looking to address it again and move it up. It's nothing different than how we did it last time. I reach out to all the entities that we bill. I let them know that with the changing times and cost of living, we're updating our pay grades. It's that simple. As for the road closures, that basically has to do with different entities around the state attempting to circumvent the town. It used to be that in order to avoid coming to you guys to close a road or do anything else and having to get it in writing, an officer was present so that traffic was safe. Now they're using flagmen that I don't know if there's schooling involved. I don't know if they go to traffic highway safety school or anything else. TNEC was dealing with a hell of an issue a month ago with closing multiple roads and guys just not being present on work sites and everywhere else. Verizon has started with it with our own town where residents were calling in at the desk saying, hey, there's normally someone present when there's work being done. There's no police car. There's no one standing out in the roadway. What's going on? So we sent an officer over to address it. However, under current guidelines, we don't have the right if we tell them to go out there and they do say, okay, and go out there to shut them down. So I was looking to update the wording where if there is obstruction, if there is blocking, if there is lane shifting being done, that it has to go through the OIC, the chief of police, the police department to go over and weigh in on if it's indeed safe.
So So, Lizette, I have a question. This is always, this is an ordinance issue. This is never part of the contract issues, correct?
That is correct.
All right, the council members have questions. Lauren?
I do. Thank you for being here. Thank you for that synopsis. So when you approach the companies and you have a uniformed police officer, why is it that you don't have the right to redirect the traffic? I just want to be clear because it doesn't seem to, I mean, it's our streets, right?
It is, but your ordinances dictate what can be done on your street. So I don't know if you have the copies or whatever, I provided the amended changes that I would like to be seen. Basically, the way it's broken down under your current ordinances is if it's being done safely, which would be if someone's simply out there waving and it doesn't impede the flow of traffic, then you can go out there and go ahead and do that as long as the road isn't being closed. So the flagmen are the way to circumvent that. Well, we're not closing the road, we're sticking two guys out there and we're just waving them. Again, I don't know their credentials, I don't know if they've gone to any schooling, and that's how they get around it. Now, the reason why it's important to Tenafly, and let's be honest, Tenafly residents have a certain matter of enjoyment that they like. Hey, this is my house, I want to go there. I know these people, I'm there every day, I understand that. They don't get that. You know, there's plenty of elderly people that, well, I don't know, and it's okay, well, this is it. This is the only way you know. So if there's issues and stuff, the point is, with us, you can call right down to the police department. Hey, I'm getting calls about this. Can you change the detour? Can you do something with this? Can we figure it out? Absolutely. When another company's taking that over, you guys lose that right. That's not going to happen. They're just going to do whatever they want, and that's the end of it for 8 hours or however long they're out there.
And if you guys are tasked to that road closure, the utility typically pays your fees, right?
So 100%. This has nothing to do with you guys paying us or anything else. This is all outside billing. Outside being the different entities, whether it be PSE&G, Suez, whoever else is coming into town to do work.
So they're looking to cut their own costs.
That's essentially they're trying to circumvent the police department, and I imagine in an effort to save money.
I see there's other questions.
Other questions from council members? Jeff? You're muted, Jeff. Unmute, Jeff. Go, there you
Is
are.
that better?
Much better. Now I can hear you.
All right, a couple of things. Number one, just reading the proposed language.
Speaking to your mic a little closer.
Yeah, but I'm trying to read and do this simultaneously. So looking at the language of road closing, where you have proposed 7-7.5, obstruction sidewalk, closing, obstruction. Now, I don't know how that would have played out last week, where we had a lot of sidewalks with tree obstructions, wire obstructions. It would have been impossible to place an officer at everyone, but then by this language, we'd either have to do that or have approved by the police department every single one of those sites. So I'm concerned that this becomes a little overbroad. Even an obstruction could be someone redoing their sidewalk. That's an obstruction to a sidewalk. So they're going to have to, if I'm redoing a section of my sidewalk, now I have to, pay $116 an hour for X number of hours minimum, or get the police department to approve that I can do this without that fee. That's number one. Number two, when I look at the language, and you can address each of these when I'm done, right now, the language that you provide us with for services to not-for-profits, you gave us something that says 60 per hour per officer, 7 hours minimum per day. I have a feeling that 60 may be wrong, but if it's not 7 hours minimum per day for any assignment continuing for 5 or more days, I'm not sure what the rate becomes. And I know that's become an issue for things like Project Graduation, where they need a police officer for a few hours to help out. And I know that in 2017, that's only a few years ago, all of us, they had budgeted one amount. All of a sudden, that was a big rate increase back then. So we had the rate increase only about 3 or 4 years ago. These do affect our taxpayers. It's not just a question of public utilities paying this. This is for our schools, for groups that are here, possibly even homeowners. So two separate issues, kind of, if you could address those.
Sure, certainly. In regards to the first one, absolutely not. The ultimate authority lies in with the chief of police / OIC at the time, hence the police department entity. So no, it wouldn't require an officer to be there. That's not what this is to entail. However, to write exceptions into an ordinance along the lines of exception homeowner, exception DPW, exception when there's a storm, a hired private tree company can do that, is absurd. So that's why it's blanketed as the chief of police / police department has the right to evaluate the safety of it. We're not looking to penalize homeowners looking to do their sidewalk. However, if a truck's going to be hanging out in the middle of Tenafly Road because that sidewalk is being done and that constitutes a safety issue, then yes, that homeowner may have to, or that company may have to work something out with us where we're either out there or we set up cones beforehand to take care of this issue. Again, the whole part of this is that the chief of police or OIC has the overall guidance in what's going to need something. So for example, if the DPW needs to do work, we don't ever build a DPW. That's the chief of police saying, hey, look, we had a major storm. Absolutely. You get blanketed, do what you have to do. Hey, that private company's coming in with a crane, do what you have to do. That's nothing changes there. We're not looking to change that. And again, that's going to fall on our management to oversee that. That's nothing else. In regards to the billing, again, I was president at the time. I'm the one who instituted it 4 years ago. So yes, I'm very familiar. That 60 is not a mistake. That's because of the JCC. Again, you can't just flat out say in your ordinances that you're giving someone special benefits. But the JCC had an opportunity to give us work every single day, something that no other institution was able to do. So because they were guaranteeing work every single day, a private agreement was worked out with that institution. If any other institution was able to do that as frequently as they could, they would fall under that 60 per hour as well. However, no other institution could. So a separate ordinance is made so they can pay lower amounts of money for having us there consecutively every day of the week. Now, in regards to your, well, it affects private citizens, and that's correct. That's why I reach out to the people it's going to affect, from the private utility companies to the school who I worked out with the billing with in the past. So for them to be surprised about any financial budget, I can't tell you why, because I worked out with the school system. They're raised the last time. I also did it with the JCC privately, so we were in charge of organizing that whole new ordinance as well. So that's all I can tell you in regards to that.
Brandon?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Who pays the BOE
Hold on,
fees? Is it?
let me just follow up on.
Oh, sorry, Jeff, you go ahead.
Yeah. So again, going to the pure language of this, it's not just if a truck is in the middle of the street doing sidewalk work. If I'm doing sidewalk work and I have the truck on my driveway, by this language, as it is, it says sidewalk closing obstruction. That is a change. And it means that someone will have to get permission or hire an officer. That's on the plain language. I read things very, very strictly. So that's
the plain language says, unless approved by the borough police department. So you're automatically inferring that you have to pay an officer 4 hours. That's not what it says. It says unless approved by the borough police department. So if someone calls and complains that your truck is hanging out of your driveway, thus obstructing the roadway, a police officer is required to go over. He radios the OIC and says what he sees, at which point the OIC would say that's a safety issue or it's not a safety issue. And then the chief of police, being the head of that department, can overrule the OIC. So if, for example, someone says, I think that homeowner's causing an obstruction, and the OIC says, I agree, and the chief of police then says, no, I disagree, he's not, then you don't have to hire an officer.
So there is a process that didn't exist previously, that if, again, we have a lot of miles of sidewalk here, someone's doing work on it, that they're going to then have to go through that and wait for that decision to be made potentially. Because if I want to comply strictly, it says now, the proposed language says obstruction sidewalk, not just street. It's or obstruction sidewalk.
Yes, so, but it exists currently now.
Go and get permission. I have to go get the waiver from the department. that's an extra huge step. I'm not having a problem so much with it as I just want to make sure we're now adding a new step that never existed before, because you're telling me this is not a change and I see it as one.
But the obstruction clause already exists within. You have an ordinance that says your sidewalks have to be shoveled. We enforce it when people get lazy and don't do that. Your obstruction to sidewalk is something completely separate. It already exists. All I did was take that and tie that into this. So it's really not a difference because you can't have things on your sidewalk anyway right now. Does it happen? All the time because we don't go around enforcing it. And I get that you're reading it literally. So what I'm literally telling you is there's already ordinances in place that say people can't have an obstructed sidewalk. You're not supposed to have your bicycles on your sidewalk. People are supposed to be able to walk there. So technically, yeah, I can go write you a ticket for that. Does that happen? Absolutely not. Do I expect people to come down to the police station and write it? Absolutely not. But if someone complains and it is presenting a problem, that way there's at least adherence that says, okay, there has to be an evaluation here. What does the officer say?
Lauren, Jeff, I'm sorry, not done yet.
No, I'll let Lauren go because
Go ahead, Lauren.
This is not answering the question.
All right, so I'm going to stick with the second topic, the road closing, and I think we should all focus on road closing first and then do the rates second. Too much intertwined of conversation. So right now, from what I understand, our police officers, numerous times our force is telling us, we need better utilization of our guys. Do you see this as a problem, sending a guy out an officer out to check each and every instance here? I mean, do you think that's going to have an issue with time or assignment or anything like that?
Your residents call us daily for a slew of different things.
I'm sure they do.
My neighbor's pool is making too much noise. My neighbor is cutting lawn in the afternoon, and I think his leaf blower is causing too much noise. So no, we deal with this on a daily basis for things that are far less. And again, the point of this ordinance is not to go out and penalize your residents. I don't care if you want to change how I worded it. I labeled it broad to try to prevent people from circumventing the rules. The point is, other entities are now coming into our town and dictating to us what is safe and what is not safe. And the point is that's not acceptable. You don't get to drive up on our sidewalks. You don't get to block our main thoroughfares and tell us, well, that's okay because we say it is. No, it's not. You don't know our town, you don't know our residents, and you don't know a safe way to get people to and from where they need to go. So that's why it was done this way. It was done with in mind other pre-existing rules that are already in place. And I just tried to keep it simple and straightforward, changing as few words as possible.
So let me ask you again. I'm sorry, I just want to follow up on that, Mark. How do you envision? So I have an obstruction on my sidewalk. What does a resident need to do to get you guys or, the force to come down and say you need someone or you don't need someone? I'm just trying to play it out. So
for us, it would never be an issue. I understand the literal part of it and the enacting part, and that's the two things that need doing. Literally, there's tons in that ordinance book that I'm sure 90% of the residents don't know anything about. So the whole thing so that we have to follow it to the T, or we need the approval. The idea of the sidewalk closure seems to be the hang up here. Again, if you want to change that wording, that's fine. But for you to come down or ask for permission, it isn't needed. It could be as simple as a phone call. The same thing that we do for overnight parking. Hey, I'm having my sidewalk repaved. Hey, I'm having my driveway repaved. I can't have my vehicle in the driveway. Is it okay if I park on the street? Absolutely. That's approval of the police. Hey, my sidewalk is being redone. It says in the ordinance, if I'm going to have an obstruction on the sidewalk, I need your permission. Absolutely. Go ahead and do it. Because again, that's not what this is the point of doing. I don't want trucks parked on the sidewalk and then saying, well, we don't need to worry about safety because I'm out of the roadway, I'm half on the sidewalk. That's what this was all designed to prevent.
Okay, who was next? You're muted, Vinod.
Yeah, So I don't know if we're ready to go to the money side of it, but
Go ahead.
Brandon, or maybe Susan, the money that's collected, where exactly does who gets to keep that money? Does it go to the borough, or where does it go?
So there's three different applications for that. There's outside job money, which goes to us. That's what we charge different rates for. So your utility company gets charged one rate. Your outside organization, like the nonprofit JCC, other entities that are just hiring us for a single day, they get charged a rate. The JCC who hires us for a week straight, that's a different rate. And then we cut another rate for the borough Board of Ed to give them a lower financial rate as well. So that's one portion of it that goes to the officer. The second part of it is.
Sorry, can I understand that clearly? You said it goes to the officer as personally to the officer.
No, we don't collect money. Police don't collect any money in any fashion, whether you're coming in for a report.
I wanted to make sure that was clear.
No. The way Tenafly does it is with a fund. So Jeannie is in charge of processing that. We get paid out from a fund that the borough keeps, and then Jeannie's in charge of the billing. Other departments, for example, you'd have to wait 2 weeks for that check to clear and then get paid. Tenafly does a more fluid process where there's already, there has to be money in escrow from that organization, so we can get paid out in a timely manner, and then Jeannie bills them and it goes back into that fund. The other two processes by which the town itself collects money is the processing fee. It's the $5 an hour fee that goes to the town. And then there's a one-time $125 vehicle fee that also goes to the town.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand that. I don't know. So again, does the money go to the individual officer? Does it go to the police department? Does it go back to Susan as at the central budget and goes into surplus?
Brandon, I'm going to jump in here for a second. So what happens is, let's say PSE and G forget about storms, on the normal times have to close a road for whatever reason, okay? And they're going to be there for 8 hours. PSE and G has to pay the borough of Tenafly the $95 an hour. That's how we handle administratively. Then that $95 gets paid to the police officer. They're doing this not while they're on duty. This is off-duty work. So the Tenafly officer has decided to make themselves available for this. If there's no Tenafly officers available, perhaps an officer from Englewood who's off-duty will come here, and because there's no Tenafly's officers, he'll do the job. So they're doing it on their free off-duty time.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Well,
So I was here for this first discussion 4 years ago. I understand the process. What I would like to hear is the justification for using the most senior officers, overtime rate.
Certainly. The point is to keep it as simple as possible. Doing this every 4 years becomes taxing, and then having to go with the cost of living. If we go by the senior officer pay, it continues to grow with any raise bumps that we get. So as the cost of living continues to increase and we negotiate with the town to get a higher salary as over the course of 4 years, like the last contract, as that number goes up, our overtime budget continues to tick up. When we lose an officer of seniority, and there's a significant gap, like there will be with this most recent retiree, we'll take a step down. It's been talked about amongst the membership, and it seems fair, and everyone is willing to accept the ebbs and flows with it, just in sake of ease.
So what was the former rate? Because it's not listed here, because when you put the red, then we can't see what it used to say. What was the original language?
It's 95.
The most senior is
85 to 95, right?
It's 95, not 80 to 95.
No, I mean
for
85.
For outside organizations, it's 95. For entities that hire us for like 6 days a week, it's something else. For the Board of Ed, it's something else. But for the main purpose of this conversation, outside jobs, it's $95 an hour.
Okay, so I think there's some confusion here, because this says 95 now that you're proposing.
No, only on Board of Ed, Mayor. Look at the
Correct.
titles.
The Board of Ed is 85 right now, so he wants to make it 95.
Correct.
Okay, so
Yes,
it's 85.
Category and tell me what
just so
was and
everybody
what is.
knows, that the finance department puts the funds back into salary and wages, and then the officers get paid. We're the medium for handling these transactions.
So can we go through 1, 2, 3, 4? Tell me what the original ordinance is saying on the rates, and then what is being requested here.
Yes, I listed that in the attachment. It says for the Board of Ed, they're seeking an increase of $10 from the current 85 an hour to 95 an hour rate effective the next school year. For nonprofits, utilities, and all others, they're seeking to change the $95 an hour rate to whatever the overtime rate is for the senior patrolman for that year. That doesn't mean that the senior patrolman is solely assigned to that detail. It's only the basis to charge the entities. And I even put it here.
In terms of monetary.
So if the senior patrolman, and I only did a guesstimate based on projections from last year, he may be making $116.68 for 2020. So if this goes into effect for next year, instead of charging the nonprofits, utilities, and all others 95 an hour, you're charging them almost a little over $20 more an hour.
Yep. Yep.
Can I just hear the justification for such a big jump?
It's the same question you asked last time. It's the ordinance, the way we have it now is I have to come to you every 4 years or every time after we've just negotiated a contract, whether it's you or the next group or who's ever after that. I have to do this whole explanation again, and then ask for permission for the ordinance to be changed. Contractually, we do the billing of we handle the call out for our overtime and how we're going to handle the overtime. And as of probably 6 years ago, before I had to come the previous time to negotiate it up, it was put into ordinance because they wanted to have it in writing should any entity decide, well, it's not in writing anywhere, so I'm not going to pay you. So that's the reason why we now do this, as opposed to just the PBA reaching out to the different entities and saying what they're going to be billing for an officer. This just keeps it way more fluid and way more mainstream. It's tied to our top officer pay, and Jeannie's able to look it up on her grid, say, okay, I know what it is for the year, and the finance department will be made aware via Jeannie and goes forward with it.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council members? Jeff?
Yeah, so let's turn the clock back for a second, Brandon. If we
Yes,
go
sir.
back to the last 4 years ago, what was the increase to the board and the increase to the utilities back 4 years ago?
The increase to the Board of Ed was greater than $10. I want to say it was like $25.
Okay.
And the increase from, I want to say it was 80 to 95. Yeah, it was 80 to 95, I think is what we did.
All right, this gives us an idea of, so from about 2016 to next year, you're proposing going from about 85 or so up to 116, give or take.
It would probably be 110 to 115, depending on how we do it, because again, it's going to depend on your officer. Our officer is also leaving in February, so we're going to have a discussion as a PBA to decide to use him or another officer. If we use the one below him, it's going to be more likely 105 to 110. So again, I've already acknowledged that it's going to take a pay cut. It'll also take a pay cut again when guys who currently have longevity reach retirement, and then guys who don't have longevity are going to take a pay bump. So there will be ebbs and flows with this as people retire. And it's something that was talked about at the PBA. The fixed number thing presents this same issue though of, well, fixed number, now we have to talk about it again. Now we have to talk about it. Now we have to talk about it. Whereas just going off of whoever's senior creates just an easy flow going forward.
How does this affect the rest of the benefits of pension?
It doesn't. This is our time. This is our days off. This is an outside organization. This is basically our second job.
Lee has a question.
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to know, does this get voted on this evening, or is this, because I see it's under the to be considered. I just didn't know when we were making decisions
No.
about it.
So we're probably not going to vote on it tonight. We're having the discussion, and then what we'll likely do is take it offline to address some of the details in the language, and then circulate a document amongst ourselves, including Brandon, to come to a resolution of it. So this is purely for discussion purposes tonight.
Okay, thanks.
But is there an expectation that we're going to go through with an increase, or can we say there'll be no increase? I mean, how do we proceed?
I wasn't assuming any expectations. I was only answering Julie's question about the process.
Got it.
Lauren?
Sorry, keep asking. Do we fall under any of this? No, right?
What do you mean, do we fall under it?
Do we ever pay this rate to our PBA, to our police department at any time? Do we use this service?
To the borough, like the DPW? No, we don't. We never pay for this. This is
Right, we just pay overtime.
utilities, construction companies ripping up roads, that sort of thing.
And all 4 categories that are listed here are paid by those outside entities, not the borough.
Correct.
Just want to make it very clear.
Yep.
That's correct.
Oh, I should add something. And Brandon, correct me if I'm wrong. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. When we do road projects, the borough, we do pay the officers for their time out on the road. But sometimes the contractors, if it's built into the contract, they will pay the outside duty. Otherwise, it's the responsibility of the borough. Isn't that right?
That's not 100% correct, no. So from what I've been told by Chief Chamberlain, again, I'm not brought in on these conversations about road projects and everything else, but normally after something happens, for example, with the American Asphalt, they were the most recent ones to do road work in our town. He came to me after. Apparently, it's agreed upon for whatever the rate is going to be or however much it's going to cost the town and that entity. And let's say it's budgeted for, or the line item for that company where they present it to you is they factor in an officer costing, I don't know, say $75 an hour. And then they'll say, well, the town or whatever is going to make up that additional $20, so you get your 95. So in meeting with whatever the company budgets for, if there's a lapse, then yes, to meet that agreement line, it'll be $20 for the borough. The same is similar, for example, with our DWI funding with the state or federal grants that we get. If, say, the state offers $65 an hour for 3 hours of DWI patrol, the grant money goes towards the town in covering $65 of that, and then the town pays out the additional $30 for the DWI patrol.
Because the only reason why I was asking is because Rob and I've had multiple conversations about how when we go out for these projects, any possible way that we should have the road company pay for this service, because sometimes it's not always budgeted, and that's why it should be built into the contract with the road company.
I 100% agree with you, but that's not for me to do. That's for the town and the company to decide.
Susan, in that case,
but it does get charged sometimes to the borough. It definitely does.
Susan, in that case, it's not a sole road project. The Riverside Co-op membership decides those matters that get put in. It's Northvale as the lead agency that puts the specs together. That's why it's not in the road project. If the borough does a standalone road project, then that language will be incorporated in the specs because the borough will be doing it as an individual entity.
Okay, so just so the governing body knows, this is something when we're doing more road projects, when we go through Riverside Co-op, I think we need to take this into consideration to budget better for these types of things. Because I think that's why the chief maybe wanted more in his budget for certain items, because he doesn't always know what the road program is going to be. And for Brandon's point, I think the officers are looking for overtime rates that's more comparable to what they would normally make, just so you guys know. I think that's where they're heading. Just like when we did the car fees, it went from 75 to 125, which gets reimbursed back into their budget, and that helps with the purchase of the cars. So this is where all this is tying together.
So can I ask, is this comparable to the surrounding towns?
Yeah, so different towns do different things. The non-fixed numbers, for example, well, like it's written out in this contract, is what leads to this having to happen. So like Paramus, for example, just does it by billing. A lot of towns do it based on the officer on scene, like Lizette was talking about before. So if a lieutenant's out there, you know, he's getting paid ungodly amounts of money. If a captain's out there, it's even more so. We weren't looking for that absurdity. We wanted to keep it just plain and simple. So it's who's ever at top pay, it gets derived from that number going forward.
Any other questions from council members? Adam, did you have your hand up? Did you have a question there? No. Okay.
Eating dinner.
You again, Councilwoman Dayton?
No, I was saying Adam's eating dinner.
Oh, okay. All right. So what I was mentioning with Julie before, perhaps we take this. Thank you. We take this offline and with Brandon and Lizette and myself, and just come up with some suggested language changes, and we'll circulate it amongst the council, and we'll go from there.
Sure.
Okay.
Make sense? We'll get Lizette. Let's try to talk this through this week so we can get right on top of it.
No problem.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brandon, for coming tonight. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
All right.
By the way,
it's not
Go ahead.
listed on the agenda, but Susan has been raised to the governing body.
Right
wait,
now?
before we do that, since we have Officer Moriarty here, there is another request from the PBA. Do you want to address that next, so that way he can go? It's in correspondence. I don't know if that's...
It's totally up to you guys. You let me know.
Okay, so hold on a second. Oh, the flag request? I'm
Yes.
fine with that. Let's go ahead. Let's do it now.
All right, you're up.
So Cresco just had theirs on the 8th. I don't know if you're aware. They circulated a bulletin. It was a very nice thing. They basically asked people to come out in support of their local police department. They too are doing flags, and they had basically like a Heroes Day, I think is what they called it. I'm not looking for a day or anything like that. We've always had a good relationship with the people in this town. They've always been very supportive of us. And unlike a lot of even other towns locally, we don't deal with a lot of the drama in regards to, I wouldn't even say issues that you see in the news, but certainly drama that relates to interpersonnel, whether it be lawsuits with the chief versus this person or that. We've remained largely for decades, as far back as I can go, issue-free, both with relation to members of this, with each other and with the community. So being so well regarded with one another, I figured there's no reason to not celebrate that relationship. So I had asked that we put up the American flag, and there's one that has the thin blue line. And just kind of a show of support, like, hey, I know that the national trend, or largely the national trend, is there's some animosity towards the police, but we feel that in this town they're doing it right, or they're doing their best. I'm not saying everybody's perfect, but we support them.
Lauren?
You got me again. So can I ask your request? So you would like to raise the flag at Hyler or at Borough Hall? What, can you be more specific? Are you looking to raise it like for a day? Can you give us more details?
It's completely up to you. If you feel a day is acceptable, that's fine. I figured ongoing, maybe until the end of the year. We still are in the middle of a pandemic, which when it first hit, everybody was like, oh, these guys are great. Then the national tide changes and, you know, we're made villains again. So I figured, yeah, not just maybe above Borough Hall in Hyler Park. Maybe if you want to fly one downtown on something down there, a banner across the street, whatever you guys want to do. I'm just putting it forth of what a neighboring town has done that I thought was very nice, and given our relationship with the community and the job that I feel that we do, it was perhaps warranted.
So I will tell you that in the past, the permissions that we've given for flag raising have been a little narrower. We typically raise it at Hyler and, you know, stand outside. And I think you've been there for some of the flag raising. If you would like it, Borough Hall, you know, obviously we'll discuss whatever the PBA request is. We typically do a shorter period of time. So maybe you want to go back to the PBA, see what, you know, the specifics are and come back to us. Or if you want to throw it to the council to decide on that, you know,
I'm 100%. The PBA isn't looking for anything. It was just simply a gesture. So we were looking for you guys to maybe feel on the same page that it was warranted. Again, if you feel a day is warranted, that's fine. If you want to go a week, that's acceptable to us. We're not asking for anything. We're simply putting it forth to you that another town had an idea that we thought was very nice for both the police and the community. Would you be willing and interested in doing something similar?
Okay.
Jeff?
Yeah, so most of the flag raisings that Lauren was talking about, we've tied to things like Pride Month or things like that. So would it make sense to have this flag on there is a Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, a national, interesting that's lead because that's what DARE's become, but Law Enforcement Appreciation Day might be, you know, something that we could do more than just a flag. We could do a proclamation and more of an appreciation. Just throwing that out there as an option. I'd have to look to see exactly when that is, but I do know from other towns that exists. That's number one. Number two, I do know that there are a couple of different versions of the flag that exist. So I want to make sure just which version we're talking about, because they range from just blue line, thin blue line on American flag to a American flag with other symbols on it. So
no, I wasn't looking for anything convoluted. Nothing convoluted, just a simple American flag with the blue line that has now become the symbol of the police. That's it.
And what do you think about the idea of something a little more for Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, or tying these things together?
I think that's nice. Again, simply flying the flags, I think, would be a great gesture for the many of guys down. We're not looking for a day. If that's something that you ultimately decide, I'm sure we'll be more than thrilled. But having a banner downtown, you know, for the foreseeable future or for a month, whatever, until Halloween, I don't know, and having a flag raised, I think it gives you something to be proud of. It says that the community is behind us and doesn't see us as the enemy, as what seems to be a great national trend. Knowing that the mayor and council and community are proud of the work you do goes a long way. Whereas it's something that flies every day outside of just a day and you know, and a proclamation, that kind of thing.
Can I make a suggestion, please?
Go ahead, Dan.
So, National Law Enforcement Day was August 8th. National Night Out is August 4th. Can I propose that we fly it at Hyler until Saturday, September 12th, the day after 9/11, because we'll be flying those flags half-mast anyway that day.
So
the difficulty with that's going to be the fact that we don't have the flags yet. So I like the idea. I think it's great going forward.
When are you getting the flag in?
Tomorrow.
That was a question proposed to you guys.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Brendan.
okay. All right.
Brendan, there's a flag store in Clifton or Passaic called Gates, and they have flags on hand all the time.
Okay.
So,
No, then Vanu. Vanu first. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to be very clear that the American flag with the blue line across it is actually a Blue Lives Matter flag. Is that correct?
That's not correct. If you look up the history, it actually started before the Blue Lives Matter movement came out after the Black Lives Matter movement. The flag existed prior to the phrasing of all that. But again, anything you're going to look up or you're going to Google, it's going to have things either way. But no, the phrasing of that came out after, technically. The blue line flag existed before that movement.
Okay.
So can I just respond? Because obviously, any flag that we fly these days seems to be a heated debate to begin with. But just throwing it out there for sake of discussion, does the PBA have a flag or the Tenafly Police Department have a flag that, they would consider, or is the only flag being considered the thin blue line?
We don't have a flag. We have nothing designed. I just figured that would be the simplest, that's well known, and would garner the greatest, recognition of, oh, that means police.
So,
Vanu.
just so when we were discussing raising a Black Lives Matter flag, I think there was a discussion on we didn't want to have that as kind of a distraction and the purpose for putting up a flag on borough property. And so we had the discussion about instead moving it to a Juneteenth flag. Is there something that could be comparable? And I would be all for putting up a PBA flag. Doing a resolution of some sort where it shows that we do support our police. There are other police departments, other police officers who may not do the right thing, but that doesn't reflect on our department. So something in line with that. But I think with something that might have the appearance of something that might be something contentious, I think is what I'm trying to get away from.
I understand what you're saying. Something that could almost be divisible, where some person may see that's police and some people may see it as something else. I completely get what you're saying. And certainly, I wouldn't even say, don't even do a PBA flag, because then I don't know if you're going to catch, nonsense about, well, he's flying a Union flag now. We could go the Tenafly Police Department patch or something similar, where it can say Tenafly at the top, our patch in the middle, and then police at the bottom, something along those lines.
I love that. I love that. I mean, we want to show support without enormous controversy getting stirred up. Keep your lives simpler. It's not that our town is without controversy and without the reality, but you understand in this political climate what the world is like right now. I think mayor and council are behind our force. We want to show that. So again, I'm sorry we're actually missing National Law Enforcement Day. Jeff, that was a great idea. But, maybe if you want to envision a day where we can come out and, like we did on Juneteenth or Pride, and have some speeches or something, let us know.
So what we do with the rec department is, that's kind of, I think, how the PBA looks at it, although it's not the national day or the national night out that a lot of other towns do. I think wholeheartedly that's what our membership has kind of embraced, because it's when we bring our family members, it's when we bring our children, we have the neighboring communities there, we have you guys there. To us, that's the biggest time, when we have that community night. Obviously, that's not happening given everything that's going on. We're happy to do that with the rec department, because we get so many kids and teens involved. So that's always been important to us. Certainly it's been important to me and Nick Rue, Carol Rue. So I think that's when you see probably the greatest of what's important to the Tenafly police and community. So if we want to do it towards that week, maybe going forward, that's fine. Obviously, like I said, that's already it's going to be too tight of a space. We're already walking into when that planning will already be done, and I'm not sure I'm going to have a flag in time, but I can look to try to have one by the week of, say September, I don't know, 5th to the 11th, so at least we get 6 days or something. I got to do the story that was recommended and see if I can get, well, now they're not going to have, I'm going to have something made up special since we're not doing the generic flag. So we might have to do it maybe more towards October or something this year.
I will tell you, Vistaprint makes flags.
Okay.
And Staples and some of the other places. I've gotten them turned around in 24, 48 hours.
Okay.
Offline conversation.
Okay.
Brandon.
But if possible, please use a union shop.
Oh yeah, that too.
Brandon, thanks for your time. We absolutely support you and the police department. There's no question about that. And we're going to figure out how to do this. I'm going to suggest, like many things, the offline detail. I mean, the details we have to organize offline. So I'll communicate with the council members, and we'll decide on 2 council members who will work with you directly on this to figure out the schedule, flag size, everything that's going to work, and we'll make this happen. So it's the second thing we'll be in contact with you for with this week. Okay? And you guys do a great job, and we appreciate it. And I see your hand there, Banu. Go ahead.
Yeah, I might suggest the police commission.
Maybe the police commission is the best group.
That's Banu and I.
Yeah. So why don't we do that then? If the rest of the council agrees, why don't the 2 of you communicate directly with Brandon and keep me in the loop there, and we'll get this done.
Okay. I think I know Lizette has my email. Given permission happily to share it with all of you. You can either use the Tenafly one, which I know you guys have, or you can feel free for you guys to use my personal one. That one goes right to my phone, so I get it instantly and can always respond back. I just have one question. Do you guys have an open meeting or open minutes for this meeting later in the thing where someone can bring up something new, like new business?
Yeah, so during public comment?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're in a work session, which will end at some point, and then we'll go into a public meeting, and there'll be public comment again.
Okay. Is it the same thing? I can just sit here. I don't care. You let me know.
Oh, you're welcome to sit there.
Get comfy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get some popcorn and enjoy yourself.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Good. Thank you for your time.
Yep.
Okay. Next is the administrator's report.
Something for Susan had something. For,
oh, that's right. Go ahead, Susan.
Right. Okay. So I would like to pull resolution R2308 and ordinance 2018 which has to do with the resolution is a change order related to the trailer project, and the ordinance is the same for additional work that had to do with electric, water, and sanitary utilities.
Is that ordinance 308 or 309?
No, it's resolution 308.
I mean resolution.
And ordinance 2018. The resolution is R2308. Can you hear me?
On the agenda.
What's up, Lauren? What?
What letter on the agenda? I can't find it.
It's the second to last.
H.
Who was that? Oh, never mind.
Okay. All right. Was that it, Susan?
Well, and then when we get more details on this matter, I'm going to request that we do a special meeting.
Right. We've got several topics, and this will be one of them for the special meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. Lizette, administrator's report.
That's the first item I already mentioned, that the borough is receiving the supplemental CARES funding for the COVID for the police department. And once the borough receives that money, it goes back to the Storm Trust. This program was announced with only a 2-week turnaround, and between Kelsey, Amanda, Mary Patino, and we got it done. Next item is on the agenda. There's 2 resolutions. We've had these every so many years for the reverse energy auction is for the supply to both borough facilities and streetlights. And what these resolutions do is if the numbers come in favorable on Wednesday, then the borough could enter into a contract. The current contract expires in October. And since there is the green component for the supply to borough facilities, the borough receives points for Sustainable Jersey. I know the Environmental Commission and the Green Team were looking into moving forward with the certification. So this would give them 10 points to apply to that.
So, question on that.
Go ahead.
So you said Wednesday, the
Wednesday's
numbers come in.
auction.
So the 25% green could change to a higher or lower number.
It could, but the Sustainable Jersey points, no, 25 is the minimum, but the Sustainable Jersey points are the same. If you go 50% green, if you go 75, if you go 62.8, you still only get the 10 points.
Right, but the vendors could be greener, is what I'm saying.
They could be greener, but if the prices are too high, then it goes to the next lowest, the next responsible bidder.
And we get to pick based on the list, right?
Yeah.
Because I remember when Jewel was here, we did that, and we picked. I think the 100% renewable one was second or comparable, very close. We went with that one, I believe.
No, it was we went with the second one, not the 100% one.
No, we definitely went with the 100% one.
Yeah, there was for one we did and one we didn't. But the main thing is to get this auction in on the calendar and get all the documents signed off before the October deadline.
I have a question on that.
Go ahead, Lauren.
We're redoing the electrical in downtown. Can we consider that as part of sustainable energy? Is there anything we should be changing so that we meet better standards?
That is separate. That's a separate topic for the Green Team and Environmental Commission to see what the requirements are. This is only the supply for billing purposes only.
Okay.
And then Andy had to get off. If you want me to reach out to him to see if he could jump back on. For the train station upgrades project with the grant, the Mazer met with Elaine Gold from the county, and based on the repairs to maintain the integrity of the structure, the character, and do all these repairs with the cupola, the windows and whatnot, it was recommended that the borough solicit an RFQ for a historic architect. The issue with an RFQ is not a non-issue because I already drafted the document. The question is how to fund it, because this is not associated with the grant. The grant, the $70,000 project, of which $35,000 would be reimbursed, is only for construction, not professional services. So
Does our open space qualify for services?
well, this would be a service for a historic structure. So the open space or the trust fund does qualify, and it will require an ordinance with 2 readings and Susan to amend the capital budget for this, because once you use open space appropriations, it goes from open space into capital. Question is, what is the right amount?
We won't know till those numbers come back, the RFQs come back, right?
Well, when you do an RFQ, there is a timeline where there's an expectance of an award. So you have to put in some type of number. Even if you want to phase it out, you have to have something in place, and there's no line item for this.
A line item. I thought we had this as a line item.
No, not an RFQ for historic architect, because this is something specific for the train station. The only line item that you technically have is the capital down payment improvement that was associated with the lease. That was $50,000 that Cafe Angelique put down. Of that 50, 35
is the borough's match. So that only leaves 15,000. You know, do you guys think that that's sufficient or it should be supplemented?
Can I hear from Jeff?
I think that should cover most of the costs. I mean, I'm going based on some of the other things I've seen that has happened with historic preservation. I can certainly reach out to Karen News, see what she thinks the reasonable amount would be. As chair of the HPC, she probably has some good ideas. I did forward this RFQ to make sure she saw it, so she's having some time to digest it. Other than that, I would think that the 15,000, we gotta get this work started. I thought that some of the soft costs were included in grants. I thought we've had that discussion, especially with respect to the Roosevelt Monument, that soft costs are part of this. But now this sounds like it's different. I'm not sure why.
Well, the soft costs you put into the grants are normally for construction. 9 times out of 10, there is that small percentage that does go for professional fees, but that is written in as part of the grant application. This wasn't anticipated to be needed.
So we had no soft costs whatsoever in this grant application.
And the only soft cost would be construction management. The typical construction management that's in all the open space grants.
Okay, so we need to find out if for less than 15,000 we can have an architect with this specialty in historic sites.
Yeah, because
So
when you go out for an RFQ, you do a resolution to advertise, and then there's a 20-day waiting period.
All right.
What could happen is it could be discussed by the HPC at their first meeting in September. The notice, the resolution to authorize a notice of publication for the RFQ can be put on for the September 15th meeting. And if at that time it's determined that this $15,000 balance isn't enough, by the time the deadline for the RFQs to come in and be evaluated and awarded, you could put in an ordinance to cover the balance. Everything could be done simultaneously.
So best case scenario, when are we looking at for picking an architect for this? Best case scenario.
Best case, we're at 18, 20 days. After the general election, by mid-November, early to mid-November.
All right, and this has nothing to do with the lighting project, right?
No, not at all.
So where are we at on that? Any idea?
The lighting project, I believe, is listed on the consent agenda.
Right. We had focus lighting.
That is correct.
Okay.
Lizette, I believe we're waiting for Focus to finish their part of it.
Yeah, to provide architectural lighting service, Focus Lighting, that is listed on the agenda. So once approved, either the mayor or the CFO will sign off on it and they'll get working on it. But that part has nothing to do with the grant because that was funded through the temporary capital budget earlier this year.
Right. All right. So Focus Mayor isn't going to start until after this resolution. That's really their get going point.
Correct.
All right. I will communicate with the chair of the HPC and we'll try and see what we can do to make this all work by somewhere in early to mid-November.
Okay. Okay, so that concludes my report. Attached is the engineering monthly report and the building department report.
I have a question.
Go ahead,
Actually,
Lauren.
I wanted an update on the electrical grid for downtown. I know we're trying to get, along with Focus Lighting on Cafe Angelique, obviously a lighting plan for downtown. So I need an electrical update from the DPW and I believe whatever electrician has been doing the work. So if you wouldn't mind sending that to me and the council when you have a chance.
Okay.
Okay. Moving on to correspondence. Second. Lizette, do you want to take us through this?
Correspondence, the first one is the Borough of Hillsdale. They just passed a resolution regarding coronavirus pandemic funding. And it's just something that when a municipality passes it, they send it to other members, other neighboring municipalities to see if there is interest in adopting a similar type of resolution and sending it to the state legislators as well as the League of Municipalities.
Okay, is there interest on the council in doing that?
How are other communities responding to this? I'm curious to know.
I don't have the answer to that question. Do you, Lizette?
I've just, other than Hillsdale, I've gotten a couple of handful of similar resolutions that were adopted in Bergen County. This is sent through the Bergen County Municipal Clerk Association.
And have we reached out to our state level on this and asked their opinions?
I have not.
Maybe.
Well, we can certainly do a quick search about what other towns have.
No, I would need more information before I passed anything like this. This is not enough information for me.
Does anyone else have any opinions on it? We'll move on and revisit it. Okay, go ahead, Lizette.
Banu had his hand up.
Go ahead, Banu.
Didn't we have another? This was a couple of meetings ago where we said we didn't necessarily need a bond for our town, but we wanted to support the other towns for this sort of thing. Am I getting this wrong, mixed up with something that's totally unrelated?
That was a bond. This is a property tax.
Right, but I'm saying that there is a discussion about bond. There is, and I mean, I'm wondering if there's some relation between them.
I know the COVID Emergency Bond Act was adopted, but through the political grapevine, what has been put out is to pay for the bond. There is talk about a state property tax, which wasn't disclosed in the initial discussions about the bond.
Okay.
This resolution states that to budget next year, it might affect the senior freeze program. So I'm all for passing this ASAP.
I think something already happened with the senior freeze program. Susan can explain that since that involves tax collection. If she's on.
Yeah, well, the senior freeze program is when. Does everybody know what the senior freeze program is? If you make less than, I think, $80-something thousand, then you can put in the tax collector has to fill out a form and show what your last year's taxes were, and then what they went up, and then the senior would get that funding back. So that's what it entails.
The whole thing here is if there's a shortfall, we don't even know if this is going to be the financial situation. So I think it's premature, and I think we should move on.
So let's just move on from it. Okay, go ahead, Lizette. We have a letter from Mr. Rath.
Yes, we already took care of the PBA. George Rath sent a letter. He initially filed an Oprah request to see how many minorities work in the DPW in the borough as a whole, and he wrote this letter in response to the documents that he received to the Oprah request, that he is seeking some type of confirmation during this meeting about the hiring of minorities.
So I had a conversation today, then Banu. I had a conversation with the police chief and the DPW director to coordinate with Victoria, our HR director, to start some conversations and planning, kind of addressing this very issue in start in those two areas. We've addressed it already, beginning in the police department, but we really don't have and historically we haven't had any sort of plan or structure around this, and I think it's appropriate that we do. So they're going to work with Victoria to move that forward. And then Banu, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing, that Victoria should be involved. I would love to see what comes out of it and how we're going to address it, because I do think it's an issue. So.
Okay, agreed. Any other comments, anyone? No? Okay. Go ahead, Lizette, please.
Next is an email from Paul Keys about deer. If anyone, he provided a link with information about deer and Lyme disease, and he asked for the council to address the problem.
So I would go ahead, Julie.
Hi. So I did want to take this opportunity to allay any fears of the members of the public that deer are a health concern, because this correspondence is regarding deer and Lyme disease. And I want to make it clear that independent, peer-reviewed research has absolved deer of any significant role in the transmission of Lyme disease. In one study, the Yale School of Public Health reported that the rate of Lyme infection was not significantly different before and after deer were reduced. So just some more information about this, because it is an area of interest in mine. The white-footed mouse, and also you might notice a lot of acorns, an abundant acorn crop. Those are major drivers when there are spikes in infection. And actually an opossum is kind of the unsung hero in the battle against Lyme infection, because they eat ticks. And as most of you know, ticks are the vector that may carry Lyme. Some ticks have Lyme and some don't. But please know that deer do not cause ticks to carry Lyme. Foxes and other small predators actually break the cycle of infection because they eat the mice, and then some mice might carry the ticks. The Bergen County Health Department also recognizes that there is not a link between the presence of deer and cases of Lyme disease. And several recent studies on sites in New York and New Jersey found no correlation between deer and ticks. So sources of Lyme disease research that I have read in response to this letter include the Carey Institute's Health, Tick Project, the Harvard School of Public Health, even the Pennsylvania Game Commission. So if anyone wants some good scientifically backed data on Lyme transmission, please contact me for studies. Again, I would refer you to the Carey Institute, that's CARY. That's one of the largest ecological programs in the world. And the Institute's Tick Project is testing environmental interventions to prevent Lyme and other tick-borne diseases in our communities. So I do appreciate this correspondence, because it gave me the opportunity to dispel some past misunderstandings about deer and the transmission of Lyme. So that's what I wanted to say about that.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Julie, thank you. I just want to reiterate that our council has discussed this deer. There was a issue. There's a deer symposium that went on last year. We have considered many of the options that other towns have looked at, that the state have looked at. We have researched this. We've looked at some of the things they've done on Fire Island, Staten Island, Bear Mountain, our local communities around us, herding, hunting, all of these. I personally, and I think Julie would be on board, am vehemently against any sort of hunt or cruelty towards animals and would not support that. Just want to make that very clear.
Well, any other comments from anyone? I mean, I think that the deer problem in terms of car accidents and shrubbery and all that. I think it's going to become more and more of an issue as time goes on. So at some point, we're going to have to wrap our head around how we address the deer population. I don't have it. I'm sitting here. I don't have the answer to that or suggestions to make right now. But I really think we have to start educating ourselves. And I'm not even addressing the Lyme disease issue. I'm just talking about car accidents, gardens, everything else. Go ahead, Vanu.
Yeah, maybe if Julie can respond, that killing and getting rid of more deer actually doesn't reduce the population. Is that true?
Yes, thank you, Venu. I do want to be scientifically based. So when we throw out things like, oh, car accidents, you'd really want to have data that do we in fact have an issue in this community with deer-related car accidents. So, again, we want to get pretty accurate, which is why I spent all the time talking about Lyme disease, which deer are absolved from. But yes, to Venu's point, if you were going down the rabbit hole of hunting, and none of the communities around here do it, only Saddle River is the only town in Bergen County that has allowed it, and their environmental commission is unanimously recommended against it. What happens in any situation in deer hunt is it creates a vacuum. And so what happens, so deer are always going to be able to reproduce where there's enough food and water and environmental conditions that allow them to. So in the following time after a hunt, the remaining deer, the female deer, will actually give birth to multiple deer because it's called a compensatory rebound effect. So what happens, you might find a community that they do it just annually and annually and annually, which of course, total danger to our community, which I think would be, horrifically bad decision. But I did just want to thank you, Venu, for, if we were going to discuss it at all, it would not be a solution, so that's important to know. So whether there's things like habitat modification or even change in fencing regulations, those would be things to discuss. But hunting does not work, as evidenced by annual hunting in places that bring it in. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Councilwoman O'Connor.
Thank you very much.
Jeff, go ahead.
Yeah, I was actually going to comment on the fencing issue. It is something we can look at, because I think one of the biggest problems is that deer just are eating everybody out of house and home. It's gotten so bad. I'm getting ready to claim deer as my dependents on taxes next year. They live here, they eat here, but we can look at, we do have some ordinances that have 75% open fencing so that it doesn't look obstructive, but I think we have a 6-foot maximum right now, and maybe we want
You
to
would
look
want to
at
raise that to 8 or 9.
8.
Exactly.
Yeah, and so it's definitely, I think that's something that we should be looking at, as at least protecting some of the gardening and landscaping, which is probably the most annoying part for the average citizen.
I would be happy to work with you on that, Jeff.
And should we have the Environmental Commission weigh in on this also? Start having these conversations?
I can talk with them. I'm also a liaison with Dan.
So why don't you?
Yep, and the Nature Center has a program I think they used to use a while back.
For fencing?
So why don't Julie,
just deer in general,
Dan,
deer population in
Okay.
Yourself, Dan, and Jeff have this conversation and bring in the Environmental Commission to start making some recommendations to see what we can do here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, Lizette, continue on, please.
Okay, next is a tree removal appeal, in which I had also attached DPW Director Cassidy's assessment on it.
So what is this? This tree is hollow but can be saved or something like that? Or is it just hollow?
Let's see, with this one in particular, the original request was for 2 trees in the rear yard. First was up against the house, causing a crack in the foundation. So that was granted for removal, no mitigation. The second tree, the contractor stated that the roots were causing the patio to heave, but there was no indication of that when he inspected it. Let's see it.
So it looked like the tree on 18 Hillcrest should be removed based on this?
Let's see. He does not recommend it. It doesn't, it's far beyond what the case is here, but again, the way the ordinance is written, a tree permit can be denied, but the applicant has the right to present an appeal to the governing body because it is so tightly written there. The DPW director has no discretion. It's either, it has to fall into these categories, and if it doesn't, then it has to be denied.
I just want to interject here. This last storm here, obviously there were dozens and dozens of trees that came down. Many of them were trees that had been denied by the DPW to not be taken down because of their age, but their limbs were enormous. A lot of the trees inside were hollow. One of the street off West Clinton Avenue, I think it was Witt Road, has these beautiful old, I think there are maples along there, but they're hollowed out, and the residents aren't allowed to take them down, and they're on borough property, the whole 9 yards. And we really have to look at this stuff. I'm no tree expert, but when you see these enormous trees and we're taking them off the houses with cranes because the bottoms are hollow, but the tops are still solid, I think we need to look at this ordinance to give the DPW director some discretion beyond which he's able to do now. Yes, Lauren?
So I hear you. I think the damage from the past storm was devastating to many, many homeowners. At the same time, part of what previous councils and myself have been tasked with is to preserve some of our historic and beautiful trees. The benefit to the trees that are healthy, far outweigh just, removing them. I mean, we are the city of trees. So it would behoove us to go through and have inspections of our trees, maybe semi-annual. We have a tree foreman now, and I think we should be proactive with that. But in this particular case, given the detail in the DPW's letter, I don't see this as an unhealthy tree, and it hasn't been deemed to be the case. It's, probably, he said, over, what's the width of the tree, 20-inch stalk. I mean, we're talking about a very senior tree, and part of our tree ordinances are to preserve trees such as this that are not deemed to be unhealthy.
The property owner is in the meeting and raised his hand to present his side, if you wish to let him speak.
On 18 Hillcrest?
Yeah.
Sure, we go ahead, unmute him.
Okay. You're on.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Hi, David. How you doing?
Hi. First time caller. Appreciate the opportunity
But this
to
isn't the
speak on behalf of
the Howard Stern show.
Long time listener.
Yeah, my name is David Chu. Moved in 18 Hillcrest Road in May. And so in my appeal, the issue is the tree is I could measure with a ruler inside 9 inches going down. I spoke with Mike who came over, Cassidy. He measured it 3 inches going this way. I measured 9 inches going down inside the tree. So one of my statements was that it is potentially it is a potential liability. With the tree hollowed out, he said it could still stand as is. Again, I spent some time cleaning up after the storm, and the idea was for me to, as a new homeowner, to be respectful of trees. I have, I think, 7 on my property. One was close to the foundation, which was approved to be removed. the tree in question, the reason for me removing it is not only would it be an opportunity for me to address a potential issue, I believe. I'm not a tree expert as well. I defer to what, the tree company / what Mike has to say. But no, it's also, as a new homeowner, I also want to make sure that I'm doing what I can do, maintaining my lawn, being a good neighbor, and addressing any issues that I see. I'm first-time homeowner. So I'm not sure what the, as long as you can, give guidance, whether I'm approved or not, to the DPW as well going forward. I want to make sure I'm doing things the correct way. But at the end of the day, it's me trying to, clean up, have a proper manicured lawn, address the potential issue, and, being a good neighbor.
No, David.
I don't know if there's any questions.
Laura, go ahead.
I have two questions in no particular order. When you inspected the house, did you have an inspection of the outside trees? That's one. And number two, you said you had a professional company come in. We don't have that information in front of us. Can you give us a synopsis of what they've told you according to the health of this tree?
So when I did an inspection, yes, I did do a house inspection. The two trees, right? The first tree that was close to the house, that was a clear issue. That's been approved. The second tree, I didn't notice there was a hole in I'm from Manhattan, so I don't know what to do with backyards. The yard itself was barely maintained. What I meant was there was no improvements done, just lawn mowing, right? So a lot of vines. I had to clear out, vines. I had deer, coming through my backyard, which is okay. So for me, once I noticed after moving in that, there's a gaping hole in the side of this tree, and I noticed that there's plenty of leaves on my gutter. Then I asked for a tree company to come take a look, and so the tree company, their report, it wasn't an official report. It was more of an estimate to prune. I'm pruning trees that are branches that are close to the electric lines. I'm removing some branches. I'm removing one of the trees that's by my foundation. So their recommendation was to remove it. I don't know if. I think it's a difference of opinion. Again, that's why I think in my letter it was also to welcome any of the borough council members to come over and take a look. I'm not, I have to trust what the company said, and they said, we can remove it, or could I easily have it? If you deny, I could just wait until it dies, right? And then they can, or something happens, and we can come back to that again. I'm not in any position. I don't need to get rid of this tree tomorrow. I think part of it is trying to be a good neighbor. We just had a storm. If I'm cleaning up the house, having trees pruned, branches pruned for the first time, I'd rather do it all at once because it's cheaper, more economical for me. That's it. So whether you approve or not, it's not, it's.
So
yeah, I'm
one
trying
of
to
the
do
things,
what's right.
one of the things we don't have here is Michael Cassidy's assessment of what's going on here. Do we, Lizette? Looks like it's only.
We do.
We have an email.
We have it.
We do have. Oh, I don't have a copy of it in my folder.
Lizette sent an email midday.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he said basically that.
I'm sorry. I thought that email is about the another situation, another tree.
That's what I thought.
That's on the Schwartz.
The email from Mike is that Mike sent directly is on the second tree item. What's linked
Right.
agenda is a separate email when Mike first received this back in July 24th.
The second link in this item on the agenda.
Right, and in that he notes that, and this actually does talk about numbers. He says it's 12.5% of the stalk is decayed, which leaves 87+% holding wood stability. He said that a hazard tree would be approaching 33% of wood, far beyond what's here. My question, Mr. Chu, is did the tree company you're working with give you an estimate if they were to just prune the tree? Did they say they can prune it, or they said they can?
They did not. I mean, if you were to deny, right, I would go back to them and say, look, because I already paid a deposit. I'm more than willing to prune it if you're saying, hey, let's keep it. I'm just trying to do what's right. They recommended taking it, like, hey, we can remove this. Then you're going to have like a clean backyard. You get an opportunity, it's just cleaner, right? For a lawnmower to do maintenance. But if it's the council's, recommendation to keep the tree, I'll prune it and, I'll deal with it as I need to. They never told me. I'm not pushing a specific agenda. I'm just doing what they told me to do. And I thought it was easier for me to just have it removed. If it is, if there's a hole in the tree, right? So.
Go ahead, Lauren.
So one of the things I think you will come to appreciate in our town are these beautiful trees that offer shade, and they give sanctuary to the animals so they're not on the roads. And you'll see at some point, if the tree's healthy enough, you could hang swings from it or any of the other things. But I will say, since you are new to the home, I would maybe halt on immediate removal. I mean, I don't think the tree is sick. I don't think it would qualify under our ordinance, but you might want to try living with it for a year and watching the seasons go, and then see its health and how you feel if you are new to Tenafly. Just a recommendation. And I will say, those holes, those where the owls and squirrels live. So going back to our, animals here, just saying. But, I will say my opinion as a council member after reading the email from our DPW director who came to analyze it is that this is a majority of a healthy tree that should stand.
Does anyone else have any comments? Vanu? Vanu, you're muted. Vanu.
I pretty much agree with what Lauren said, but I might actually raise a bigger question, and it may have to be for a different meeting. But I think we have a lot of people who have brought down trees that were healthy, didn't go to DPW, and they haven't reported it. There's a lot of unauthorized stuff that DPW is now figuring out, and they have to fine and all of that. And I'd like to see if we can work on some kind of an ordinance that would require companies that cut down the trees and remove, the commercial tree companies to require a permit or something from.
We do.
They
just ignore it.
So then what, if there is this ordinance, then we should actually be fining them.
Enforce it.
We should be saying anyone who violates can't get a permit here.
Right, exactly.
Sorry.
There you go.
I mean, we should change the ordinances to allow for that then.
Mark?
So on the current applicant's, question about the tree, I agree with Lauren. Maybe wait it out for a little bit and see how things work over the course of the next year.
Yes, Julie.
Yes, I just wanted to say, and apologies to Mr. Chu that your letter has started a little bit of a larger conversation, but I did just want to report to everyone that I was at the environmental committee meeting, and Mike Cassidy from the DPW did report that we lost 26 borough trees in the last 2 storms. Remember that little pop-up storm? And then he figures at least double that on private, that were private trees as well. So just some information for everyone to know. So I do like Vanu and Lauren's thoughts about putting some teeth into the ordinance if there are these companies that are even doing more than that.
And I think what Lauren brought up earlier as having a program at the DPW of trimming, dangerous borough trees that are near wires, we have to look into that. Over on Woodland Park Drive during this storm, 4 telephone poles were taken down by one tree. Those 4 telephone poles were brand new. They were only put up 5 years ago when the last storm took down the same 4 telephone poles. And I was there with the tree crew from PSE&G, and they pointed to the tree that was still standing 20 feet away from the one that just took down the poles. And he says to me, that tree in the next storm is taking down the 4 new poles again. So we do have to do some trimming out there to prevent this sort of stuff from happening. David, I think you get the sense of the council. They're asking you to wait out a year, and then let's revisit this and see how it looks to you then.
Thank you for the clarity.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Just to your point, Mayor, I got a door hang just the other day from a tree company that's working with PSE&G, just a notification that they're going to start trimming branches near power lines in the area.
Good.
So PSE&G has already started that process. Maybe we can just piggyback off of what they don't hit.
Yep. Good. Thank you. All right. Thank you, David.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Okay. Was that Gary Gabriel, please?
Let's see, Churchill Road. It's
Right.
somebody that is mentioning about the traffic conditions and is requesting the placement of 3 or 4 speed humps to mitigate the excessive speeding.
And see, he's also right. He's looking for speed bumps on Churchill, and he and his neighbors, I guess, are willing to pay for it if it's not in our budget. Perhaps we should forward this to the police chief to address to determine speed bumps on Churchill. Go ahead, Banu. You were first.
So I raised this, kind of in follow up from a previous meeting where we had a request for speed limit signs. We should, instead of having individual homeowners and local communities kind of saying they want to support and pay for something, we should actually have the police providing us with information on which parts of the town need to have these things. It's not appropriate, I think, where Woodland has speed limit signs that are paid for by local residents, and Churchill has speed bumps, but there may be other areas where they don't have the same interested or wealthy residents who may have the ability to support something like that.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Completely agree with that assessment, Banu. Thank you. I absolutely do not think residents should be buying things like this. They're happy to donate to our funds or to the police funds, but I'm not sure I want residents just piecemealing our town like this. The second thing is, we know from other communities that speed bumps are actually a noise increaser with the cars going over them. People wind up flying over them anyway. I mean, just look at the JCC parking lot. But that when we looked at speed bumps, I think for some of the other roads, one of the major drawbacks was that it actually is so much noisier for the car to go over them. And this will be a hill, so the cars are definitely going to go down them and make a lot of noise. I mean, I would let the police and traffic division weigh in on this,
Well,
but I would be a no.
Actually, on July 24th, Chief Chamberlain said that he'll let the troops or the Traffic Bureau conduct radar operations. They put out the message trailer that shows how fast the car is going, and he's in the process of buying 2 portable Your Speed signs that he will place on Churchill once they arrive. With regards to speed humps, the borough's always taken a stance against putting them in. They're expensive and need engineering to install. They're noisy from cars slapping and over them. And then the other issue is, would the property owner be happy with having the noisy speed bump in front of their house?
Right.
So, and then they would rather have them down the street in front of someone else's house, which is unfair. So the police chief is not in favor of speed bumps or humps.
When do you think those signs will arrive, the blinking lights that are going to go up there?
He's in the process of purchasing them. I think they're actually on.
They're on the consent agenda for tonight, yes.
They are, yeah.
So once it's approved, he could put in a requisition, generate a purchase order, and it's just a matter of the vendor to ship them.
And this is different than when we put on Woodland last month?
Yes, these are portable your speed signs.
And Woodland is a permanent.
Yes.
Can I just add something quick?
Go ahead, Julie, Benvenu.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I had just to reiterate Venu's point, I don't think we should look at funding looking for a need. I think we need to start with a need that then we as a town body find the funding for, you know? So I think that kind of like rubs a few of us the wrong way. Like, you know, if there's a need on a particular street, it's organically where we're going to vote from, not that we have money to do it on that street. But I did want to just share, a personal story as I was able to reach out to the chief about the fact I live along Tenafly Road, and we had a lot of speeding situations, recently, and he was able to put one of those portable signs. They are effective, and he was talking about buying more of them, and he felt they were definitely a deterrent for the speeding, and I did get to see that myself. So.
So, if all it takes is to write a letter saying that you're going to buy, something for the town to get attention from the town, it's so like doing just because you're going to say you're going to buy a speed bump, that then causes us to do a study. Everybody would be writing letters. I don't know that. The squeaky wheel shouldn't get the grease, is my point.
No, but let's not necessarily combine the two. If residents have a valid question, that's one issue, and how it gets paid for, we should really deal with separately. Right? So while we may not agree with the residents shouldn't be privately paying for their own, services, that's not relevant to whether the speed bump should be there or not, right?
No, absolutely. But what I'm saying is, it shouldn't take a letter to sort. That should then trigger a bigger, broader question of looking at the town and seeing whether, as opposed to people on Churchill saying we have this problem, and then we just automatically, because they had asked the question or addressed it, that we then put our resources into doing a study or figuring it out there.
Yeah, well, I mean, we do have to admit that a lot of the things we do are at the behest of residents asking questions, whether it's speed bumps, deer, curbs, sidewalks, that sort of thing, right? So, but go ahead, Adam. You were next, I believe.
No, I think the same thing. I wanted to separate the two. I don't think when someone sends something, the Woodland or whatever, it didn't drive additional costs, and I agree with you that that if someone wants to pay the additional cost, that's fine. But ultimately, it's the police that set the tone for what is right, what is wrong, whether it's a speed bump or a sign. I think there's no lack of clarity that the police chief sets what we should be doing, regardless of who's willing to pay for whatever.
Yeah, I think it sounds like we're all on the same page on that topic. Okay. Any other? Oh yes, go ahead, Lizette. The next one, please.
And the next one is a lovely letter of commendation from Donna Patharas regarding Michelle House, just complimenting everything that she's done for the seniors and just how she is in general, and how she's helped the seniors try to have some sense of normalcy during this pandemic.
Yeah, I have to say, Michelle and the seniors, she's been working, every day since the middle of March with her and her team over there, from home at the senior center, wherever they were, calling seniors literally hundreds of them a day to make sure they're okay. She's doing classes out on Oresco Park with the seniors, out in the open, socially distant. She really has, she's a real thinker and she cares, and she goes out there and does things, and then kind of tells us about them after she does them, and they're all good. So
she's also spearheaded all the Tenafly Cares work earlier this year with all the seniors. So definitely, it's great to see the letter and the recognition by the residents.
Okay, go ahead, Lizette.
And next is the other tree removal denial appeal, and there's the same situation. That's the email that Mike had sent to everyone, basically saying the same thing. The way the ordinance is written, he does not have the discretion to provide the resident what the resident is seeking, and if this appeal is granted, Mike did indicate in his email that mitigation will be required.
So Mike is saying yes or no to this?
He was saying no.
He said no.
Yeah.
It didn't meet the standards to the ordinance.
Mm-hmm.
But just like the ordinance says, residents have the right to appeal the denial to the governing body. And should the governing body grant the appeal, then this resident will have to do some mitigation in order to do this work.
Can I add something to this one?
Go ahead.
The home that's diagonal to them, which is on Park Street, is one of the homes that last year kept saying that this property was flooding into it. That it actually had so much rainwater accumulating from this, it's a newer built home, into Park Street, and we were getting videos of the water runoff. This is an enormous old tree that Michael Cassidy says we can cut back some of the deader branches and save it. He said a little bit of cost to the homeowner to give it some fertilizers and some things to help it grow healthy. But I would strongly recommend not removing this, given the situation of the surrounding properties. And I don't know if that was taken into consideration because Michael obviously wasn't here for last year's flooding videos, but I just want to remind people that we got from the back corner diagonal neighbor those videos.
Any other council members want to weigh in, or is there a consensus to deny this, or where are we? Julie, you're waving your head.
Yeah, no, I just I didn't even realize what Lauren was bringing up. I was just reading what Mike had laid out, and just so everyone remembers, Mr. Cassidy, I believe that his experience was he was in charge of like the tree division within TNEC. Am I remembering that correctly?
Correct.
So he really knows trees, right?
Yeah,
He
he's a
really
tree
knows
guy.
trees. I think it's exciting that he's here. So I just was going to follow his recommendation, but But yeah, no, to Lauren's point, with every action, there's a reaction, and flooding, we got to remember that. So good point.
Any other comments from any members, or we'll move on from this one? Okay, that's it with correspondence. Any questions on the resolutions from anyone?
Can I recommend a 3-minute break? Would that be okay?
Depends. Can you get 3 more votes for it?
Yes, I second the motion. I gotta go to the bathroom.
So we'll take a 3-minute break. And Lizette, I need to switch iPads because the one I'm on. So I'm going to hang up for a second and re-sign in on a different.
Yeah, mine's dead. I got to go find an extension cord.
Okay, so only 3 minutes though, guys. All right.
I'll do my
Lizette? Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
Jeff, are you back? Welcome back, Adam. Lizette, are you there? Is everyone back?
I'm here. No extension cord. It's going to be an awkward view for a while.
Jeff, you there? Dan?
I am here, just ordering dinner.
Lizette, let me know when everyone's back, please, okay?
Okay, I'm waiting for Jeff and Julie.
I'm here.
Hey, Jeff. All right, so just Julie?
Yep.
I'm back.
You're back? Okay. Everybody's
Jeff is
back?
back. Yeah, Jeff is back in his dreamlike state.
There you go. All right. Anyone have questions on the resolutions? No?
Yes.
Okay. If you don't speak up, we move along. All right, who was the
I
first?
have a question.
Who was that?
Lauren. It's Lauren.
Okay, Lauren, speak up.
Sorry, I know I had to shut my video off or else this is going to die. So I have a couple. I want to start actually with the purchase of the 2021 Ford Utility Interceptors.
Okay.
Let me get to it. Sorry.
Item D.
Page 5.
So are these the police vehicles? And maybe we need to turn this back over to the chief, but are these the police vehicles that they were raising the funds for internally in their department, or are these additional to them?
No, this is what was authorized in the capital and the operating. I believe, and Susan could correct me, the upfitting costs will come out of
There's one for 50-something thousand in capital. That would have the upfitting costs, and then there's another amount in operating. I have to look up the operating. So he could get 2 cars.
So this is a perfect example of maybe the kinds of spending that we should hold off on until we assess our pandemic and emergency response. Because and I would obviously need the chief and the department to weigh in on this, but this is the exact kind of purchase that might be better off in 2021, because we need to find some places in which we're not spending everything on our capital plan. So I'd like to hear what the rest of the council thinks.
This car will probably come in like June at best.
Yeah, the
with
cars
historical
don't come in.
But the spending would be now, Dan.
budgeted for now.
Susan, can you address that, please?
Yeah, so normally the chief orders the cars about this time of the year. And then, just so everybody knows, when you make a capital plan and you designate a certain amount for a particular item, that's what it needs to be spent for. So, unless you're going to, like, cancel
But you
the
could choose
project-
not to spend it, right, Susan?
Yeah, if you're going to cancel it, but then you're talking about, you know, an ongoing fleet problem with the police cars.
Well,
Like, this is
again,
something
we're
that-
looking for ways that our budget doesn't go over, and we're spending in areas other places. And if we generate surplus this year that we could use, or if we can find
Capital
emergency
wouldn't-
funds out of the police to do stuff for the police that the police are going to use going forward, I think we need a little bit of cushion here. I'm a little concerned. Our police need to be, protected and safe, and we are gonna possibly have another COVID pandemic situation.
Yeah, we probably are going to have another COVID, but that's why I was saying that we have to try to get our FEMA money, reestablish the trust, and then with the capital projects, I think we were picking out like essential spending, and I think we were trying not to limit our first responders to their needs. That was my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, that's 100% correct. And this money is coming. This money is out of the capital budget, correct?
The money's out of the capital, but also when they do that outside duty, remember when
Right.
we decided that we would take an ordinance that we raised it from $75 to $125? That money gets reimbursed back into purchase of vehicles too. So, I think that the first responders are the ones that are spending their money within and adhering to the capital plan. They're buying what they've allocated as a project, and then we designated other projects as essential, like the street sweeper for the DPW, the garbage cans.
But
those
Susan,
things.
again, we made this budget before this pandemic hit. So what I would like to do is possibly pull this resolution and discuss with the chief whether he feels this is still the correct way to spend it.
So
Okay,
the,
but
the
just so
flip
you
side,
know-
the flip side would be 2 cars that require more cash to fix now, and 2 cars that are now going to be unoperable.
But
Yeah, I mean-
we're guessing that.
We have this conversation every year, and every year it's the same thing. The cars take an awful beating from the way they're used and abused, and that we need to replace the fleet as we go. Otherwise, we just spend money in constant maintenance to maintain it. I think, aren't there a couple of cars tonight that are also they're being sold off to an auction because it's time for them to go?
Yes. There's
Right?
3 vehicles.
This gets.
So just so Lauren knows, Lauren, I think your premise of possibly having more of the COVID strike us again in the fall, it's all over the news that could take place. However, I think we should be more, aware that we look at other areas of the budget and capital, but not hit our first responders. I think that that's not where we should look. I really think that the chief would want more cars, but he gets 1 and 1, and then he has to work hard to get a third. If he could get it,
We can't. You and I can't tell what the chief is going to say, which is why I would like a discussion directly with the chief on this. I'd like.
Well, I know what he's going to say. He's going to say he needs a car.
He's the one requesting the cars.
He fights us every budget season for cars.
Right.
Correct, but again, that was back in February.
Yeah, no, but the budget was
And the February
adopted in
before
May.
that, and the February before
Right,
that,
but the
and the February
budget,
before
But,
this
that.
but
budget,
Twice was every year.
but that's pre, emergency
this,
spending.
right, just make sure we understand the timing. We voted on this budget in, what was it, April?
May was the
May.
second
We voted on this
reading for
budget in May with our eyes
Adopted.
wide open. Right. This wasn't a February decision.
I don't think you should cut these. I mean, this is my opinion. You could do, you're the council, but I don't think this is where you need
So
to
let's
be
just,
cutting.
very simply, when we get to item D, let's just have a separate vote on that, and however it goes, it goes.
I'd like to poll the council to see if anyone else wants to pull this resolution.
No, you just vote on it, yes or no.
I mean, why don't we just vote on it? It's the same thing.
The same thing. It's not, because one requires an additional conversation to see what the world is like. From what I heard earlier in the meeting, we have depleted our storm trust, which we were using for COVID funds. We are not getting the FEMA reimbursement as quickly as we hoped. We're anticipating additional needs. I agree our first responders need to be taken care of the best. And therefore, I want to make sure there's enough funding for PPE and whatever else they're going to need to deal with COVID right now.
Right, but
PPE comes out of operating, just so you know.
right. This is the capital budget money we're talking about.
Could I ask, is all of the 75,000 out of the capital, or is it, because Susan said some of it was operating and some of it was capital?
Yeah, the 51 in operating, in capital, and I think there was 30-something in operating. I could look it up right now. And then you would have to get reimbursements from the outside duty to get the balance of that other car. And I think you had 2 cars on for tonight, if I'm not mistaken. Did you have 1 or 2?
There's 2, right?
2.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure. Lizette, did I certify these yet, or am I supposed to certify my own?
I don't have that certification page.
Oh, they don't? Okay.
I don't have the certification page either.
Okay, let me look it up. I can look it up if you guys want to talk about it more, but
Because I mean, we can take out, we can do the one in capital and the one from operating, take that out for now.
He's got to order these at a certain time in order to get them for next year.
We really can't start winging the budgets on the fly, to take one from here and one from there after we've approved the budget. It doesn't,
Yeah, but we approved the entire budget, but we're doing emergency spending. So how does that correlate? I mean, yes, we passed the budget in April, May, but if we're doing emergency spending, limitations, then we should look at it through those eyes.
Well, we need police cars to respond to things. We have the same conversation every year, and we're going to have it again next year. And,
I haven't been shown that our police fleet right now has 2 cars that aren't usable. Again,
that happened in April and May during the budget hearings.
That's what we did. We went through that already.
Every single year.
Right.
We have
this replacement program every single year for new cars. This is a very unique year in which we spoke to the police chief on this issue in February or early March. So much has changed. We have yet to revisit this conversation.
All right. So
those cars didn't get any younger.
Can I tell you what's going on in this operating?
Go ahead, Susan.
Susan,
go ahead.
So in purchase of vehicles, you allocated $37,000 in operating. Okay. I know the cars cost with the upfitting about 50-something thousand. So you gave the chief a half of a car in operating. With that being said, they have already done enough outside duty to increase that line by another $49,000 to bring that line to $86,000. in his overall budget too, in the operating, he has spent, the police are doing actually very well. Has spent only 39% of his operating budget due to the reimbursement from the outside duty. So now after he spends that, of course, he won't even be spending that. He basically will have $30,000 left. He's hardly even going to spend his operating for the cars because he's already reimbursed $49,000 when he only needed about $14,000. So I don't think you should. I personally, can do what you want. I think you should leave the cars alone. And the maintenance for vehicles with Clinton Ave, you've already depleted the whole budget. $45,000, $43,000 has been spent. If you don't replenish these cars, you're talking about wasting money in the vehicle maintenance.
Can their outside duty earned money buy things like PPE and emergency disinfectants and other things other than cars?
No, because that goes to a dedicated trust. And when you deposit funds into a trust, it's for a specific purpose. The only trust that allowed the deviation by the state to pay for PPE was the emergency storm trust. You can't use any other trust.
So are we going to be without money this fall for these kind of things?
Well, Lauren, we should look to other places. I'm just trying to advise you that the car isn't the place to look. That's not the right place. We could look to other places. I mean, you could vote however you want, but that's not the right place to take the money from.
All right, so let's simply have a separate vote on Resolution D on this one.
No, I'd like to hear from everybody, Mayor. Can everyone else weigh in who hasn't? I'm curious to know what everyone
Does
thinks.
anyone else have any other comments to make on this?
Well, I had a tangential question because we have another resolution for the auction of police vehicles, 3 vehicles.
Right. Yep.
And one of those vehicles is a lot less mileage than the others. The other 2 of them are at 70,000. One's at 51,000. And I was wondering, especially since most recommendations for police vehicles is around 70,000. I understand those. Is there something wrong with this third vehicle that's lower mileage?
With the vehicles, when they go to auction, it's because they are no longer operable. It costs more to repair. Usually, when it's a low mileage vehicle, it is a transmission nightmare or a problem with the computer system in the car. So, and those funds, whenever there is an auction, those funds are deposited as miscellaneous revenue not anticipated.
Right. They don't go back.
So I guess the part of the question then becomes, when you have something that's a lower mileage, it probably wouldn't be bad to have some idea why that one's being retired with lower mileage, whether it's transmission, whether it was in an accident, something else. Because look, we take responsibility for our own vehicles. We have the same responsibility for town vehicles to make sure that they're safe, but also that the useful life and why that useful life is expired.
Well, the useful life expired. You can't go by the mileage. These are hard driven vehicles, and when an object can be put up for auction under the local public contracts law, it is either excess, in which you could give it as a hand-me-down to another department, or it's considered surplus, that it's no longer needed. Then there's the obsolete, where you just completely destroy it. Right now it's in the surplus category, and you can't go by the mileage. You have to go by the engine hours. These vehicles are high pursuit rated, constantly running. You can't just keep turning them on and off. And certain models are known to have computer issues, transmission issues, and these have been at Clinton Auto where the mechanic is saying, I can make money off of this, but it's a money pit.
All right, so here's the frustration. It could be computer, it could be transmission. We're talking about 3 vehicles. All I want to know is why this particular vehicle, but we don't have a definitive answer. Some of this may be, and this is back to what we were saying earlier, the police commission maybe just needs to have some discussions about this stuff before it comes to the council table so that it's not just random dust, but we can get the full story. I see the hand up back there, but
And the chief
Chief-
joined.
Chief
Chamberlain
just joined the call. Chief, are you there? Can you hear me?
I can.
So the question is, we have these 2 new police cars we're voting on tonight, and there's 3 cars going out to auction. And the question is about what's wrong with the 3 cars that are going out to auction.
The 3 cars that are going to auction they're just old, they're junk. I mean, they gotten to the point where Clinton Auto, who services the cars, has gotten to the point where they refuse to fix them. I think they're doing us a favor, but they said that it's cost prohibitive to fix them, and they've even deemed them unsafe. I got to the point where basically it's not worth putting the money into them. They're just tired and they've been fixed too many times, and it's time to send them out. We're ahead of schedule. Usually, if I get rid of 2 cars, I could take 2 cars. If I get rid of 3, I'll take 3. I think this year we may even be almost 4 cars we've gotten rid of prematurely. So we're not even at the replacement rate that I want to stay at. So, again, we have a lot of road work we have to maintain. There are days that we have basically parking lot with no cars in it at all. So the 2 cars, I've always advocated for, I try to get 3 cars per year. I very rarely get that, but I say you have to at least maintain 2 cars per year with a vehicle fleet of about 22 vehicles. I always say this, that if we replace 2 vehicles per year with 22 vehicles, that's an 11-year loop. It takes 11 years to get back around. And on average, we have to at least minimum get at least 2.
Chief?
Yes.
So by the way, I was the one who raised the issue, and let me just back up for a second. So I raised the issue about purchasing these cars because I was concerned budgetarily that your department would have enough funding for PPE and everything else, because in the beginning of the council meeting, we discussed that many of our funding sources are depleted. So I was saying, should we put this off for 6 months to ensure that you have additional funds? It has now been explained in this meeting, thank you, Susan, that the money's earmarked in a trust anyway for cars. So I don't think I have a problem if you tell me you need this fleet and that you're comfortable in your budget that we're going to find, money that you're going to need this fall. God forbid we increase this pandemic. So I think.
Well, wait, let's go back a step. The money's earmarked in operating and capital, and then the chief reimburses the purchase for vehicles by outside duty. So right now they've done an exceptional job in reimbursing that line item, and that line item is earmarked for the cars. And I think Rob's kept his operating budget pretty low. So one of the biggest expenses though is Clinton Auto. They only have $1,300 left in that line item. So that's a huge expense to them.
So I was saying I wanted a discussion, and I know we're meeting with the police commissioner trying to, so I was going to hold off to see, what it is, but thank you for joining tonight because I feel more comfortable about this issue now. Anyone else want to weigh in?
I think we're ready to move on to any other questions about other resolutions.
I will say I would like to task for our upcoming meeting, again, a funding source to make sure that our police and our TVAC and our first responders are covered for this fall. I think that's too important to just wing it. So, everyone should be looking in their budgets to see, Susan, maybe you could help us to make sure that there's a funding source here.
Okay.
TVAC, I know for a fact, is already stocked up for the fall and winter.
All right, let's stay focused here on the resolutions. That's a 100% valid point about that, both of your comments, but let's get back to the resolutions. Any other
All right, thank you,
questions?
Chief.
Pardon me? Any other questions about the resolutions, or we'll move on? All right.
Announce the additional roads if anyone cares for a second. So Riverside Co-op came back to us and the DPW committee, and they're going to be adding on to roads, which is fantastic in the budget. So for the public who's listening, we are adding on parts of Cortland, Gordon, Hickory, Newcomb.
Hey,
Davenport.
Lauren, we don't
Yeah.
want to list those out because it's not fully determined whether we can get to all of them yet.
Okay. We're hoping that we get to those roads.
Yes, correct. Correct. That's an engineering question, though. Right.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead, Jeff. You look like you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I had looked at this earlier and had made a note and forgot to raise it on a resolution. So on the Walnut Park, Mazer Engineering is proposing a $30,000 fee for construction oversight. Now, if I'm reading it correctly, the entire grant plus the match from us is $150,000. So if you take out $30,000 from engineering, that leaves $120,000 for the project itself. That means that 30,000 versus 120, 25% of the cost of constructing the park is an engineering cost. And even if I'm generous in including the engineering in the total cost, it's 20%. It just seems really exorbitantly high as a percentage. And I know we've had this discussion before on other projects that you start getting 20% or more of the cost going to not the project but the soft costs, then that gets to be a little alarming. That's all.
Well, when the funding was set up for this out of the Open Space Trust, all-in number to include the soft cost that was allocated was 175, 150 for the construction and 25 for soft costs. So that was anticipated, and Mazer doesn't always utilize the full amount. It all depends if there is an issue during construction, if there are change orders or things of that nature.
So you're saying that the way this letter reads, the borough received a $75,000 grant, total project cost of $150,000, that in addition to that, there's another $25,000 that's not mentioned in here?
Well, the reason why the grant is mentioned is to say this is the purpose of the work. But when the Open Space Trust Fund was used to appropriate for this project, as with all projects, Susan has to account for the all-in cost, and the all-in cost is the construction plus the construction management, the oversight, and the reporting back to the county in order for the borough to receive its 50% share of the project. And we always try to throw in the soft cost of professional services, and we try to see what sticks, but there's a lot of paperwork and reporting and oversight, and that's what that additional amount was.
So you're saying that Walnut Park really is then $175,000.
Yes, because this isn't just a playground replacement, it's also putting the concrete bench seating, a new seating set up there. So that's why it's additional construction.
All right, just seems exorbitant to me still, but all right.
Any questions? Moving on to the minutes. Any questions
Mayor?
on them? Yes.
Yes, I just wanted, since we have the chief on.
Sure, go ahead. Vanu, you muted yourself.
Yeah, I know, sorry. So one of the items on here was the purchase of the Stalker GSR2 antenna radar devices and other items. What are they? I know we've discussed this during budget time, but would you just explain?
The Stalker radar, that's those are radar units that go into patrol cars. They're for speed detection.
Right.
So we're getting 2 new cars, and the units that we have, I think we have some units that are over 10 years old, and they're starting to have some problems. So we're replacing 2 of the older ones that need replacement. Yeah.
I'm sorry. So I know what radar devices are, but it said other items. So that's why.
Quite possibly it's the units and then and the wiring and things like that probably covers the other equipment.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
Did you also want to talk about the your speed signs are? You know what that is? That's another resolution, right?
I'd be happy if you'd speak about it, just really quick.
Well, I'm looking for 2 of those. They were approved during a budget hearing, and those are the ones that you see on the side of the streets in other towns. That basically, when you're driving down the road, your speed flashes as your speed is. So they're portable, which is nice. So we have the opportunities to now move them around to different places in town that have habitual speeding, and not just locked into one location. So we're getting 2 of those also too. And that was under, I think, the state contract. So hopefully we'll have those soon, and we'll put them out as soon as possible.
All right. Thank you, Chief.
Okay. I think we're done with the resolutions. Let's move on to the minutes. Any questions or comments? No? Okay. Let's move for the good of the order. The first one, Councilwoman O'Connor, the food truck ordinance.
Yeah, how you doing? Okay.
I'm doing fine.
It's a long one. Okay, so last meeting, a food truck vendor had asked for permission to park his commercial vehicle on borough property, and during the discussion, it was discovered how antiquated our food truck permit was. One area of concern was that a vendor for a $50 permit could seemingly sell food for months on end as long as he moved the truck every 7 days, I believe. So this obviously, like I said at the time, this could damage our restaurants. And I just wanted to confirm that I believed Anthony was going to revise the permit, and that I wanted to see where we were at with that. Any thoughts?
So I think what we discussed was I was going to, propose, or we were going to discuss proposing, a formal ordinance so that moving forward, there's a process for obtaining this permit. I wasn't going to be revising the quote unquote permit. I was going to be discussing, the ordinance process and, comparing and contrasting it to other municipalities. So to the extent that we have any further, I need some guidance on that in terms of what you guys want me to do. I can certainly, again, make proposals and bring it back to you, but that's really my recollection of the discussion.
So I'd be interested in your proposals because I was worried the last time that the way it seems to be written seems to be like a carte blanche amount of time, so.
Well, in a lot of communities, Julie, and we can do whatever we choose here. A lot of communities, you apply for a food truck license the same way you do a regular license for a restaurant. It typically lasts 12 months, and you pay a fee, and you go from there. And then there's separate parking regulations that cover where they're able to park.
Well, I'd like to hear from the rest of the council, but I didn't know that we were.
Right.
Is everybody okay with it being for 12 months?
So Anthony's asked the question of what kind of guidance, does the council want to give him, because there's all types of ordinances out there.
Right.
So what does everyone think?
I just have a question about to clarify. By getting a permit, are we required to provide them a public space for them, or does a permit thing just allow them private? I mean, can we say we don't want to give you any space?
So again, different communities do different things, but generally, food trucks are able to park in public streets.
No,
That's
no.
kind of the whole.
What does ours say? That's what I'm
We
asking.
don't have
Right.
a food truck ordinance.
I'm happy to take partner with Anthony and make a proposal that we could bring back to the council. I'm happy to raise my hand and work with him on that as part of some of the other downtown work we're doing. So
That makes sense.
I think that makes sense, and that puts a stake in the ground that we can all then comment on.
Perfect.
Can I also then? Oh, sorry, someone's talking.
No, go ahead, Julie. I'll follow.
Julie, then Jeff.
I wanted to talk actually about the parking side of it. So, Jeff, I'm going to let you, if you had the food truck specific part of it versus the where it's parked, that's what I wanted to talk about next. So I'll let you go ahead, Jeff.
Well, that was one of the two things I was going to say, that whoever's looking into it has to look at A, where it can operate if we want to limit places of operation, and B, where it does get stored.
Yep. I got that.
So then, if with everyone's permission, I'd like to bring up the parking side of the equation of what happened last meeting, and because it made me start thinking. And if anyone is interested, if everyone's interested, maybe we could put this under the new business for the next meeting. So, without an official vote last time, an arrangement was made that this truck would be parked in a town lot. And I wanted the parameters officially decided, like at how long, at what cost. Because a little background for anyone who doesn't realize is Tenafly does not allow commercial vehicles to be parked in home driveways. So business owners must find other parking arrangements, and many times, they will pay for those arrangements. So what I wanted to know is where we're at with that, where maybe you would like to have a situation where we offer our lot, maybe the one behind Wells Fargo, but currently we charge $150 to residents per year to park a regular car in our commuter lot, and we charge $450 to non-residents per year to park a regular car in the commuter lot during the day. So for new business, I wanted to know more generally if we'd like to offer the town's community lot, maybe limit some spaces, but from like 5 p.m. to 8 a.m., overnight parking for their commercial truck for maybe $750 a year. Because I know a lot of plumbers, electricians. It's, this could be a revenue producing thing. So just throwing that out there is a possibility. Right now, we kind of just said, oh, yeah, park it here, but this is a valuable commodity.
No, it's great. I'll definitely, Anthony, I'll incorporate that with Anthony.
I think that makes sense. Have Anthony and Adam focus on that also and come back to the council with the recommendations.
Perfect.
Okay. I think that's it for the food truck. Tax map review. Adam, Councilman Michaels.
So super quick before everyone falls asleep. So super quick, so over the past couple of months, I've been working in partnership with our borough engineers, many of our council, my fellow councilmen, downtown committee. I've shared with you guys a tax map, which is sort of the holy grail. It took many, many months to get, but it's super cool that we literally know now, undeniably, what parts of the town we own and which parts we don't. Again, I could go on forever, but I've shared with you the tax map. There's 3 actions that I'm asking for the council's approval on. The first one is, and it's good that I'm already working with Anthony on the food truck, there are about a dozen properties that we found around town that are like really small. They're like, 100 feet, some type things that I think because of history, this or that, they're these small pieces of land that we can't do anything with. no one could do anything with necessarily, but for the people that live next to it, it would give them more coverage, and possibly we could sell the land and possibly get some money back for it. I'm not sure. That's the lesser part of what I'm looking for, but the first thing is I'd love to get the council's approval to work with Anthony and with Susan to make, to figure out what we may want to do with it, and of course get the council's permission once we do make decisions. But I'd love to see, again, dozen properties around town. I think there's something we can do with it. So that would be the first action. The second action is there are two relatively big plots of land. So there's a piece of land up by 9W, about 3 acres, off East Clinton. And then there's a second, actually bigger, I think it's closer to 4 acres, the area that we keep our leaves to disintegrate. Those are two pretty big plots of land. Again, I don't know or don't even have in my mind what we may want to do with them. But per Councilman Grossman, which is a good idea, what I'd like to do is get the council's recommendation or permission today to incorporate, the planning board is doing their master planning now with Burgess. They should be done, and keep me honest, Councilman Grossman, I think October, November timeframe. What I'd like the council to do is make the requirement or approval, or whatever the right word is, that Burgess, as part of that master plan, will directly make a recommendation on those two plots of land. So that would be the second action. And then I'll do the third, and then we could discuss. And then the third one is I'd like the council's permission to empower the mayor. There is a parking lot, which I've spoken to many of you guys about, on Summit Street downtown. It's owned by we believe it's owned by the people that own the CPS building as well. Another big plot of land, must be 40, 50 spots, which I've been tracking this now for 3 months. I see the chief and everyone else, but I've never seen a car in there in the months that I've been doing this job. I know in the past we've tried to negotiate, but new council, new mayor, new opportunities, would like the council to empower the mayor to reach out to the landlord. This is a great plot of land we could do so many things with. I'd like the mayor to reach out and see if he could work his magic and negotiate an acquisition of that land, a swap of that land, something of that land. So let me stop for a second. Those are the 3 specific actions I'm looking for approval on the council, and happy to answer any questions on all those 3. Thank you.
Adam, just a real quick question. On the map that you provided, what did the A, B, and C refer to?
Oh, it's a very, very technical, advanced mathematical calculation. Adam, it was the way I could articulate to the borough engineer and the downtown committee and to you guys what I was pointing at the time. My 10-year-old made the A's and B's.
Sure. Adam, this is Lauren. I can't run my video. My computer's going to die. So I'll just take them in turn. I love the idea about the small properties. Technically, the few that I've been called to resident homes with to review are usually we have an easement or we own the land because there's something underneath the ground. So what the first thing we should do is check with our engineer, find out what exists below, and make sure we're able to sell.
Yep, absolutely.
The second thing, the 2 plots. Obviously, talking with the leaf collection, we're going to have to loop in the DPW on that, because if there's a way, and we've seen the machines to burn and mulch the leaves and not to just store them, but it is used for soil, it's used for other things. So I would not want to move forward on that without talking with our DPW director.
Of course.
3 acres, I can't wait to see what the planning board comes up with. I'm so happy to have it incorporated into a master plan for ideas. On the third issue, obviously many ideas over the years have been floated around Summit Street. One of the most recent being a revised senior center. So before I empower anybody to start negotiations on that, I'd like to see something, a purpose that we're going to attach it to, whether we throw a community center, whether we sell it, whether we want stores. I would love to hear from the downtown committee on that and the planner. I don't want to have the mayor making negotiations on behalf of the town. I just don't feel that that's too kosher. I'd rather let things be presented to us and let the mayor and council make those kind of decisions. I know that the planning board and the previous council had been in touch with all the parking lot owners on that. We've spoken directly to those landlords when we're trying to figure out senior center revisions over there. That's my take. But I love it, Adam. Great job.
Other comments from anyone? So Adam, so we should talk tomorrow about the leaves and the grinding of the leaves, and we're having some preliminary discussions with Bergenfield about doing some things to grind leaves together, which could potentially free up land and money. Who knows? So I'll fill you in on that because it fits right in. And then I think in terms of the Summit Street parking lot over there, if you come up with some ideas of what we can do there, and then that gives us a target to then say we want to do X and start trading and hustling for what we do with that piece of property over there.
Yeah, great. Sorry, let me let everyone else speak and then I'll. Sorry.
Any other comments from anyone? Go ahead, Adam.
Okay, so sounds like, and again, I don't know if we have to vote, not vote, but it sounds like we're all aligned on, I'll work with Anthony and Susan. Absolutely, we'll check with the engineer to make sure, but we're going to proceed. And again, just the goal for me, and it's just the word of the day is sort of, let's just be intentional. So all of this property everywhere for years or decades or generations or centuries, whatever, I just want to take action, and the action could be let's not do anything with. So sounds like I got approval from the council on the first thing, work with Anthony and Susan, check with the engineers, and obviously we'll come back to the council if anything comes to fruition. Second one sounds good. I don't know if Jeff, you'll work with the planning board and Mary Beth.
I'll talk to Mary Beth.
Perfect. And then I'll work with you, Mr. Mayor, and make sure we understand and get the DPW director to make sure that it leaves. The third one, let me just push back a little bit and try again. Absolutely, I'll work. We actually have a downtown committee meeting already in the books for a week after next. So we'll put it on the agenda on what could be there. I would just be, maybe I'm just being antsy, I would parallel path it. So I'll guarantee you that there is a better use for the Summit Street space beyond it being an empty space. And I'm not exaggerating at all. Dead empty space.
You know what would be nice there, Adam?
Anything?
Well, yeah, but specifically a microbrewery.
Perfect. Microbrewery, moving the parking lot around. We don't have to get there yet. I'm sure I will get from the downtown committee a laundry list of 1,000 different things we can do and work in partnership with the restaurants and everything else. I just don't want to wait 6 months, come up with the absolute perfect idea. I'm thinking, Walt Disney World there, and then we make a phone call and they just slam the door in our face. So I would parallel path it if it's up to the council. And again, we could have all the great ideas in the world. If they say, I don't even want to talk to you, why kill ourselves for 6 months, come up with fancy posters of what we want to do there? So
exactly.
So I would recommend parallel pathing it, and absolutely, let's in 2 weeks I will get you guys a list of initial ideas of what we can do, and then I'd love to speak to the planning board about it. I'd love to speak to the other groups about it.
Okay, council members, okay with that? Okay.
Parallel path. Okay.
Sounds like you have consensus.
Great. Thank you, guys.
Excellent.
All right. Thank you, Adam. Next is the downtown dining program, Councilwoman Dayton.
I put this on as a review, but Adam and I are both this. But actually, Chief, if you wouldn't mind, while I have you, part of the review that our council would like is just an update. So how are you feeling about the downtown situation, the traffic? And, tonight I'm going to propose that we actually extend it, given that we still do not have the option for indoor dining. So I'd love to hear what you have to say. Not to put you on the spot.
That's okay. I spoke to the mayor about it this morning during our 10:30 meeting. Actually, I think the townsfolk, the people that are used to it, have gotten conditioned to it. We don't have a lot of accidents down there. We don't have a lot of accident data. It appears to be being utilized by diners down there, and it seems to be flowing okay. I did have reservations about opening up those parking spots in front of the pet store, but that actually, and I said we would monitor it, but that's actually working out pretty well also too. And then also too, just to maybe tie into what you're going to tie into, with school possibly opening up in a little bit, and with the potential half days and a lot more foot traffic possibly expected to be going down there, it actually could do pretty well and serve the purpose that it's designed to do right now. So right now, I don't really have any complaints. I think it's working out pretty well.
With this, this is one of the things I wanted to discuss with the half days in school. I'm hopeful that we'll get an increase in our, restaurant patronage and our stores. Will your force be able to monitor, crowds of kids or, density down there?
We're going to address it. How effective we're going to be, I'm not really sure. I mean, obviously, there's people that are very compliant, and then there's people that are non-compliant at all, and then there's people that are in between. So obviously, our approach is going to be education, but we also don't want to become the mask police also too. But I mean, we'll do our best, to stay on top of it.
Yeah, without Lauren, just without jinxing ourselves, coming out of a joint use meeting, it was asked by the superintendent and the mayor that Mark Aronson and I are going to talk through a potential opportunity to prepare, again, with 1,500 kids literally leaving the middle school and high school at the same time. Is there something we could preempt with the businesses to help them, prepare them for the deluge? Have meals possibly ready, have parents prepay such that instead of there being 87 people in Pizza Nova, the food could come right out so people could disperse quicker. So we actually have a meeting, our first conversation about that tomorrow, but it was great that the Joint Use Committee sort of anticipated some of those issues and of course working with the chief and everybody, see if we could mitigate them in advance.
That's great. The other question I have is pedestrian safety, with, as Adam says, the deluge, middle of the day, a lot of kids crossing. I anticipate a lot of foot traffic. I'd love to see how it unfolds, but I'd love to hear if there's any issues. And then finally, what would you think about extending it past the deadline of Labor Day?
Are you asking me?
Sure.
The pedestrian traffic thing, again, we haven't had any problems thus far. Also, to think about it, we've reduced the travel direction down it. You have one less direction you have to worry about. The kids are pretty good. So we at Tenafly and Washington, flashing pedestrian sign down there. Obviously, it's going to be an increased presence of kids, and we're going to have more officers down there. So I don't anticipate a problem. But again, something if there is, we're going to obviously get complaints, and we're going to be proactive and try to address it. And as for extending it, I think that's the prudent thing to do. I mean, obviously, it was put in place for the townspeople to get a bite to eat, but also too to help their restaurants. This could be something that a windfall for them. I mean, something that it could work. It could help a lot of different people. And if you have, as the mayor had said, a mild condition and a mild, Indian summer, it could work out for you. But if things ever get bad, you'll be the first to know, and I'll keep you abreast of that. But I don't see a problem with extending.
I mean, that's going to be my recommendation to the council right now, is to extend that. I happen to think it's working really smoothly, and Chief, I really credit you and your team with that. You did a great job. The traffic flow makes sense. I think people are, for the most part, pretty satisfied. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Anyone else want to?
Anybody else have a comment? Yep.
Everyone wanted updates.
Okay, so let's move on to the next thing, census update.
Mark, before we do we need to discuss the extension? How does that work? When is it?
Oh, so, okay. So you originally talked when we did an extension, we'll do it month by month. In other words, I would recommend we do the next extension through September 30th. And then at the one of the two council meetings in September, we raise this topic again. We have the chief on the phone and we make a decision. So right now I'm suggesting September 30th extension.
Agreed.
Everybody good with that?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Very good. Census update, Councilwoman Dayton again.
Yeah, actually, I think that should be Julie and Dan. I don't know why it's tasked to me, but
Oh, maybe you put it on the agenda. Go ahead, Julie and
maybe I just
Dan.
asked for an update.
Well, I was going to pop it over to a committee report, but I could talk about very quickly, no problem.
I didn't put it. I don't think I meant to put it on.
Okay, go ahead, just fill us in.
Okay, Tenafly is at a 75.6% self-response rate overall. And our lowest track, so when you go to the census tracker, they divide our town into 3 zones. Our lowest tract has a 74.7% self-response rate. It's called track 552.02. So basically, from what I could tell on the map, and visual spatial is not my forte, but think about the top northwest corner of our town, like behind Stop and Shop, McKay's school area. Maybe even Venu could jump in because he's looked at the map with me. We need to keep promoting it. And so maybe I'm going to get the signs over to that area of town. I've spoken to the mayor about including the need to fill in the census on the town call. And, basically we have to remind people that anything less than a 100% response rate is a lot of funding that's lost. And, we've had discussions tonight about funding. This is where it all comes from. So that, again, it's 2020 census.gov. People, please fill it out. And I know that the mayor is going to include it. And I'll try to move some signs around. I know that Dan and I initially, and actually Christine was very helpful with this before COVID, we were hoping to set up at the Korean Community Center. We were hoping to set up at the Senior Center. All those plans went out the window. So open to suggestions, so please, we need to really get people to fill this in.
So, Julie, I'm going to do another mayor's call tomorrow, Tuesday. So let's
Okay.
you and I talk in the morning in terms of language, okay?
All right, thanks.
Any questions more on the census from anyone? No? Okay. Offices in Borough Hall, Councilwoman Dayton.
I'm actually going to take this one off. It was a suggestion to possibly move our HR more front and center, but in conversing directly with her, and I believe Victoria might still even be on the call at this late hour, I think she said she's comfortable as is, so I'm going to take that one off.
Okay.
But I
All
will
right.
number F, if that's okay. I'll just
Let's
move
go to
on.
F.
That's standing Purell stations. So I've been doing some research on these. They're about $120 to $200. They're literally standing stations. Some other towns have purchased them and lined their downtowns with them. They're the ones where you just stick your hand automatically. The Purell comes down. I'm looking for possibly to put this under COVID on our fields because our athletes are going to be on the fields. They really aren't going to have a lot of opportunity to wash hands. I'm looking at our playgrounds where little kids are busy touching everything and it's not always easy to carry around stuff. Plus you can't even get wipes in the market anyway. I want to know if anyone's interested in having this as part of our COVID response.
Council, what do you think? Julie? No sound, but I see your head going up. Jeff?
Hey, what's the cost? That's
125, she said, right?
So that's, I'm pricing it on Amazon. We'd have to do research.
And installation and maintenance.
No installation.
No installation.
Nope.
I guess is there a company that does this that
Purell.
So
I think with the field use, I mean, Lauren has a point. We just don't have the access to washing the hands so much. It would
so I get, just to follow up with Jeff's kind of question is, well, who do we talk to get details to understand what things really cost and how it gets installed and maintained?
Don't we need our qualified purchasing agent? Do they do this?
Well, we don't even have an idea of who would they call. We don't have any do you have access to information you can provide to me?
We just became an Amazon business.
Yeah, we have the
Allowed to
Amazon
do it
business
through Amazon
department.
because they're for
Yeah.
sale on Amazon in
Mhm.
all different companies. They're all freestanding. You're responsible for ordering the soap, that goes inside. I believe they need almost no maintenance unless it falls over.
All right, so wait, freestanding right there, it has to be attached somehow to the ground, so I
Yeah,
don't.
it has like a pole stand.
No, but I mean, it's still got to be attached to the ground so that someone doesn't just walk away with it.
Right. I was gonna, yeah.
And
These are not.
so
I
that
don't think these are attachable.
Oh, okay, so
we're going to buy them and they'll be gone by 2 days later.
Lizette,
Maybe.
so I'm going to recommend that since Mike Cassidy's not on the call, he's going to get elected to follow up on this one, because if they had to be maintained or installed, it would be a DPW issue. Perhaps we can loop him into this and do a little research for us.
But also, I just want to remind everybody that I'm sure this is like eligible for some COVID funding reimbursement too.
Jeff, I think they're like 25 pounds. I think they're heavy, so they don't fall over. I don't
Okay,
think they're so easy to run off with, but if you're really strong, stronger than me.
Lizette, you there?
Here. And
Yes,
Mike
you-
is listening to the meeting, so.
Hey?
And Mike is listening to the meeting.
Oh, good. Okay.
Okay.
We can ask him to help us with that. It'd be great. A little
I
research.
mean, they're on Amazon, so if you want to know what I'm talking about, and if we can get them from a different vendor, I'll leave that up to our
Yeah,
professional.
Michael handle it from here.
Mhm.
Okay. 3D, last bit of the order, 3D printer for N95
No, that got
masks.
taken off.
Pardon me?
That got taken off. It's not on
That
the
got taken off. Okay, that's off. All right. So we're going to adjourn now and have a motion to adjourn the work session.
So moved.
Have second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so we're going to go right into the public meeting.
We were just flying in this agenda today.
Yes.
My computer.
All right. Hold on. I'm going to read the open public meeting statement. And we're going to we need to move rapidly because we're reaching a point where it's going to get too late. In compliance with the Open Public Meetings Act, PL 1975, Chapter 231, the notice requirements have been satisfied. Meeting dates for the year are confirmed at the annual meeting, are posted on the public bulletin board in the lobby of the Municipal Center, and published in the record within the first 10 days of the new year. Copies of all revised or additional meeting notices are sent via fax to the record, the Suburbanite and Northern Valley Press, and are posted on the public bulletin board in the lobby of the Municipal Center. Salute to the flag. I have a flag right here. I pledge allegiance
To the flag
of the
United
United
States
States of America,
to
and to the republic
for
for
which it
which it
stands,
stands,
one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice
justice
for all.
Okay, roll call, please. A roll call.
I think Omar's sound doesn't work.
Can you hear us? You're on mute. Let's see.
I think
He's on,
the sound and video doesn't work.
yeah, he's on mute. Lizette, you want to do the roll call, please?
Sure. Councilmember Dayton,
Here.
Councilmember Grossman,
Here.
Councilmember Menon,
Here.
Councilmember Michaels,
Present.
Councilmember O'Connor,
Here.
Councilmember Park,
Here.
Mayor Zinna.
Here. Could I get a motion to approve the minutes, please, the 5 sets of minutes?
Can I just abstain since I wasn't part of the council at the time?
Sure, of course you can.
Me too.
So could I get a motion from someone, please?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
I call the roll, please.
Voice vote, and these minutes will reflect Councilman Michaels and Councilwoman O'Connor abstain as they were on the governing body at that time.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Any revisions to the agenda? None?
Didn't we take out Susan's resolution? And had requested?
308 comes off.
The revision to the agenda is the removal of resolution 20-308 and ordinance number 20-18 for introduction of the new business.
Okay. All right. Public comment time. If you'd like to make public comments, please state your name and your address, and please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Lizette, do you see anyone there? I know Christine Everon wanted to speak. Christine, are you there? We see you, Christine, and you're unmuted. But we cannot hear you. Your microphone is your. Cannot hear you.
Well, Brandon also wanted to speak, so why don't we?
Okay, so we're going to go back to Brandon while Christine figures out her technology issues. Go ahead, Brandon. You're on.
All right, I'll be brief. I'm sure the mayor and council are aware, and I'll be preemptive in this, that there's been an ongoing thing with one of our dispatchers in regards to a grievance that he had. I'm not here to speak on that grievance. It's none of my business. I don't even know if it's ongoing anymore. All I'm saying is the loss of him would be a great detriment to our department. And I know he has a different grievance structure than what the PVA has. Again, not something I'm here to touch on. This is more just a plea to you, Mayor. I know that you routinely meet with the chief of police. I would simply ask that before he ultimately chooses to leave, because I believe that's what's unfortunately going to happen, that if you'd be willing to sit down with yourself, the chief, and this dispatcher, I think it would go a long way with him being able to personally air his grievance and what he feels is wrong, and potentially having him stay as opposed to losing this asset. Ultimately, if it comes to nothing, that's fine, just as a means to sit with him and hear him out.
Okay, so thank you. I will follow up tomorrow with the police chief and have a conversation about that.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you for raising the issue. Okay. Christine Everon, are you able to work your microphone there? No, can't hear you at all. Lizette, are there any other residents who'd like to speak? Is everyone unmuted?
Yes, everyone else is muted.
Can we give her a phone call information for this?
I don't think we can call her. She would have to call into us.
Yeah, she would have to call in, and that information's been on the website.
Hold on a second. Christine, can you hear me? You can hear me? I'm gonna give you the phone number. You ready? This is how accommodating we are. All right. It's 844-517-1442. You want me to repeat that? Give me a thumbs up. Oh, someone
Actually, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Perfect. Sorry about that. I don't know what was wrong. Christine Everon, 39 Leroy Street, President of the Chamber of Commerce. Can we please consider moving Railroad Avenue and Washington Street back to two-way traffic, and moving the restaurant tables onto the sidewalk and the parking spaces like they are by Tavlin? The brasserie and the diner are the only two that are even close to some of the time being full. The rest of the street is still suffering with and it turns out it's the one-way traffic, not the parking. We also would be interested in knowing if the restaurant owners are interested, would the police chief be okay with switching to barricades that are a bit more portable, like the ones in New York City that are more attractive? The restaurant owners, if they're interested in doing that, would pay for that themselves.
So I think I think we have a downtown committee scheduled very soon, Adam and Lauren, right? So Christine's raised some questions. Let's discuss it. I'm especially interested in the barriers that are free if people are paying for them, and then just flush that out.
Okay, I will get specific information on which restaurants are interested in what. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other members of the public out there, Lizette, you can see? No. Okay.
No one else.
Excuse me?
No one else.
No one else? Okay, could I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
Have a second?
Second.
Second.
Roll call, Lizette?
I believe Omar fixed the audio.
Oh, Omar, are you there?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you call the roll, please?
Sure. Councilmember Dayton,
Yes to all.
Councilmember Grossman,
Yes.
Councilmember Menon,
Yes.
Councilmember Michaels,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connor,
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Okay. We're going to move on to committee reports. Before we start the committee reports, I just want to make a quick comment about our emergency services, the ambulance, the volunteer ambulance crew, the volunteer firemen, the police department, and I have to say, especially the DPW for this last storm. I mean, all four of those groups did a yeoman's job. It was just unbelievable the stuff that these people pulled out. And the energy they put towards the residents and the streets and the town and everything. I mean, the police are always working 24 hours a day. You know, the DPW, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. These guys are working 12 and 14-hour shifts, hanging out at open sewer pumping stations up on Richard Street. It wasn't pretty. So I just want to applaud all of our emergency workers for the great job they did. So let's go on to committee reports in no particular order. I see Adam on the screen. There you are.
Yeah, just super quick. Not much over the summer, but we have a rec board meeting this week to talk about some of the reopening of some sports. Downtown committee, as you mentioned, a week after next to see how we're doing with both these tax map issues and some of the downtown dining stuff. The chamber canceled their meeting last week, so nothing to report on that. That's all I got there.
Thank you. Lauren, you want to go next?
I'm going to turn on my video for a second.
So
I am wearing two pins, and they say that Votes for Women and the 100th anniversary of women's suffrage. Tomorrow marks, the anniversary of Women's Convention in Seneca Falls, and of course, our very own Elizabeth Cady Stanton was seminal in writing the speeches that Susan B. Anthony spoke at that convention, and for pushing for women's equality here in the United States and across the world. We had hoped to have in the fall in 2 weeks a huge celebration for women's suffrage, but of course the pandemic changed that. So I could not acknowledge that. I'm wearing white with my women's suffrage, so I'm going to start with that. And I want to thank those who are following in our footsteps, and I want to thank all my fellow women in government and women in politics, because I think having our voices heard in a very male-dominated career is very important, and I hope that more women run and see us as examples for the future. The only other thing I have to report this time is the Tenafly Nature Center. They are so great at thinking outside the box. They have created Forest School, which is a preschool for small groups of children, and they are advertising it right now on social media and their website. If anyone's interested, it will be an outdoor, nature-oriented learning and tactile experience for the kids. It sounds fantastic. I thank Deborah Davidson and the board for coming up with it. It's not to be in substitute necessarily from regular school, but it is to be in complement with it. So, thank you. I hope it fills fast. I know their nature camp filled fast. They even opened up an extra week. So thank you to them. And the fire and police, we're hoping to schedule a meeting. So hopefully, issues like this at the council table don't arise and we can have better flow of information and all my questions answered before the meetings. So that hopefully will get scheduled in the next few weeks. That's all I have.
Thank you, Lauren. Dan, you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. TVAC met. They have 23 new students in school. A lot of the seniors are now going off to college, but who knows what's going to happen there. The Rose Garden at Davis Johnson Park, we were supposed to have a grand opening celebration type thing, but due to unfortunate circumstances, we couldn't show it off the way we wanted to. If you have time, get up there because it's phenomenal. A big shout out to the garden club and the ladies who put in a lot of time up there pruning and budding. And they are prepping the design for the third community garden by the dog park area.
Would you say they're prepping for that or they're planning for it?
Yeah, they're going to do like a blueprint, I would say.
Okay,
to
good.
See what they can, what space they can work within.
Excellent. What are they going to do? Above ground boxes, sort of thing?
Yes, and it's going to be ADA compliant, so people in wheelchairs can farm as well.
So maybe by the time that's all organized, it'll be next spring ready to plant.
Yeah, they know, and
that'd be great.
I got to work about Lizette later, but if it's ADA compliant, if it qualifies for different types of grants.
Strawberries, I really like strawberries.
I'll let them know.
Okay, anything else, Dan?
No, that was it.
Okay, Vanu, you want to go next, please?
Sure. The Board of Adjustments met on a couple of weeks ago, and there was only one new application, but there was also a request from one applicant at 7 Standish Court to extend the approval of the variance, and that was approved for 6 months. So the new application was for an accessory structure in the front yard. They proposed it for the front yard, and an accessory structure is a shed or something like that. Well, it's permitted in the backyard, in the rear yard, but they want it in the front, 3 feet from the edge of the property. The applicant argued that the entire property border is covered by evergreens and is hidden by the dense foliage. The Board of Adjustment did not approve it. They thought that it was still too close, and there were a number of arguments about why, just because you have foliage that hides it from the public doesn't necessarily mean that you can have, shed in the front yard. So that was the only one. As far as the senior center, there haven't been any meetings during the summer as usual. But as somebody had mentioned, Michelle, per the correspondence, Michelle has been doing a wonderful job. All the folks at the senior center, and she's been putting on the classes that are out in the back of the borough, the count, borough hall. And she's been putting on some music concerts to rival ours, on Oresco Park. But a lot of the seniors have been coming out for that, and they've been happy. And isn't that what we all want to see? Our seniors be happy.
Good thought.
That's the story.
Okay, thank you, Vanu. Julie?
Yeah, so just echoing about Dan's part, the new community gardens, just that the council should expect a proposal for the 2021 budget, I think is what they were basically discussing, right, Dan? So just, it didn't look like it would be the most expensive thing, but just that you keep your eyes out. That's probably their goal for the 2021 budget.
What's
Uh,
the magnitude of their ask? Is it 5,000,
The last
500,000?
time, the first community garden was roughly 4,000 and came out of the Environmental Commission's budget, I believe.
Now, just an interesting thing, because I have the paper here. The cost of what they were looking so far for one 12-inch high-raised bed was like $187 for the wood. So, like Dan's saying, you're looking at only a few $1,000s,
It's a
and
modest
possibly
stuff. Okay.
offset by other funding sources. Okay, the other thing they mentioned was it came up in the green team meeting is that Roundup weed killer. They are very concerned about the fact that it continues to be sold so prolifically here. It is banned in Europe, and they're going to be, because of its cancer causing agents, and they are going to be, writing about that again, educating the public. A lot of people don't realize that it's pretty dangerous.
Who's they? Who's they? Our environmental committee?
The Green Team Committee was
Okay.
the first group. So in their newsletter, you might see some of that mentioned. Then I went over to the environmental committee meeting, and this might be for Anthony. Just the plastic bag ban was something they were working on with Bill McClure. So expect them to contact you. That'd be John Worms, if you hadn't already heard from him, to complete the drafting of a plastic bag ban.
Okay.
The commission would also like us to join as a town in support of Assembly version 1978, which is the statewide plastic bag ban. Other towns have sent letters of support to their own assembly people that they are supportive of a statewide ban. So if everyone gives me permission, I would like to draft a letter of support from the mayor and council for the state bill. Does anyone have a
Julie.
problem with that?
Can you share with us the state? Can you
Oh yeah, I'll
send it
send
to
the.
Lizette and have Lizette send it to everyone, please?
But yeah, Dan was
Can
going
we
to
do
say
that as a
anything.
resolution
Sorry.
like the Hillside one in the correspondences earlier?
Oh, that's the one?
Okay. No, he's saying
Rather
similar
than
to
a
that.
letter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what I'll do is that's a good point, Dan. I'll circle back to John Worms and I'll ask him what town might have already, maybe there's a resolution template already. We'll just follow that. Okay.
So I have a question for you, Julie. How is, the whole issue of, pre-COVID, we all wanted to get rid of plastic bags and everyone uses reusable bags that they drag into stores. What do we do now? Do we really want to bring reusable bags into stores or go back to paper that gets disposed of? Where is that thinking process right now?
So that did come up. And there was a little bit of like a pause in the action because there
Right.
was some concern about bringing your own bags. But then, two things were at play. There are some stores that really don't even offer any paper bags, which would be more environmentally friendly than the plastic bags that they only offer. But that also, this would be a very minimal risk with you having your own bags, and maybe the thought was that you'd maybe have to bag your own, but it didn't seem like it was something that at least the committee felt was something pausing it from proceeding. But yeah, that did come up. I will pursue the resolution idea Oh, and I will forward info on A1978 to everyone. I have one more report from the health department, or
Go ahead.
okay. So the New Jersey Health Department had provided our health committee with a COVID-19 activity level report, which showed that as of the week of August 8th, that our activity level of COVID in our area of the state was considered low, which is great news, but keep masking, of course. I know probably the mayor will talk about that. And the New Jersey Department of Health also had shared their public health recommendations for opening K to 12 schools. As you probably know, there is a local focus in the statewide recommendations. So what works in one town for their schools does not necessarily work in another community. So Tenafly has its own plan. But I just wanted to let you know that they are communicating with our health committee about that. On a different note, I contacted the corporate headquarters of Walgreens so that they could review their closing of the local 24-hour pharmacies that I mentioned a while ago. So Walgreens is looking into the issue, and Inglewood also wanted me to keep them in the loop. So I will keep you all posted. I certainly hope I could be a squeaky wheel and get a 24-hour pharmacy back in our area, because I think that would be very helpful for our residents. So,
Agreed. Is that it?
yeah.
Jeff?
All
Last
right.
but not least.
3 reports in no particular order. Number 1, the DPW committee just met recently, bright and early, today, and we have been discussing recycling, moving forward on that. As the council knows, and hopefully residents will be learning, we have ordered 3 of those one-arm recycling trucks. Those are to be delivered in the next couple of months. But the next step is we put into the budget for this year the cans that get picked up by those trucks. Those are 95-gallon cans. There will be 2 per household. They all have chip readers in them so that it's easy to track if a pickup was made at a particular house. And part of the discussion today was the exciting discussion of what color should the cans be. Blue seems to be the primary color since we already have that. And the rollout will be after leaf season is done. So we'd be talking sometime early January to early February, in that time frame. There will be education for the community in terms of what this means. Really, the bottom line is it means a lot less lifting and strain for our residents who have to carry this stuff down to the end of the driveway, who have to worry about paper in there getting soaked if they put it out the night before. These are much bigger cans. They're about 3 to 4 times the size of what we use now. And they're on wheels, so you don't have to lift them. You just roll them down to the end of the driveway. There will be instructions about how to have them facing, and the truck will come along, pick them up, put them back down, so we won't have cans strewn about the street in any way. It should be some great improvements. It also will be beneficial to DPW because it reduces the need for people on trucks. Right now we have many days 3 trucks going out with 3 people each for recycling. That's 9 people. We'll reduce that to 3 trucks, 1 person each. So that frees 6 people up to do things like get our streets tarred and potholes fixed and trees trimmed and parks taken care of and all the things that we keep talking about. So those are all some great benefits of this. Then number 2, the planning board met last week and the agenda item was supposed to be what do you call those? Now I'm drawing a blank. The storage unit on
Storage
Jersey.
unit. Yeah.
Storage unit on Jersey Avenue. The applicant wants to talk to some of the neighbors to work out some issues, so that's being adjourned. But I do want to add at this point, I promised the planning board I would, that the meeting was just a nightmare. The WebEx was horrible, and there was a widespread feeling if there is another forum that we can use, we need to. People could not hear. It kept fading in and out. It was just not good. There wasn't one good thing to say about the way that the WebEx meeting went in that sense. It was a well-run meeting, what we could hear of it, but to hear each other, to coordinate it, there were a lot of background sounds. Things did not go smoothly, and that's not the first time. If it was the first time, I would sit there and say, well, chalk it up to experience. But this has been a repeated problem with WebEx. So my request as a council member and as a third-class member to the planning board is that we have an option, Zoom or some other platform that works just as well, if not better, so that we can use that. So that's the planning board. The third and final report is the Tenafly Presents. I have to thank too many people. I do that every Tuesday and Thursday, but I do want to thank the donors who made contributions to this, not knowing that whether or not we were going forward. Thanks to DPW that does a tremendous job of setting it up, taking it down, and we did take the entire week off when the storm hit. We felt, even though Thursday the weather was good, we gave them a chance to clean up. I thank TVAC that was there for the first few. I thank the police department who's been there throughout, helping us enforce people wearing masks. And big thanks to the mayor and council for supporting it, and to the people on the Tenafly Presents committee. We have had a run of great concerts. I think our smallest turnout, by my estimate, was about 150. That was the tiny one. We've had, I think, up to about 400 or so when we looked at our first concert and subsequent. So we have a concert tomorrow. If you like big band sound, kind of like Frank Sinatra-ish, they're going to be there tomorrow. We have Latin jazz on Thursday. And to this point, we've really mixed up the music. I think it is bringing people downtown. It's also bringing people from other towns. The last group that performed, a brass quintet, one of the members was from Dumont, and I know had a whole following, family and friends, so it introduced Dumont people to our town. And it's been tremendous, and we still have weeks to go, and there's actually been discussion about, do we extend it as long as we have nice weather and see if we can put together some more stuff, including one person suggested have something like pick a Saturday and have a jazz festival in town with about 4 or 5 jazz bands playing at different points in town throughout the day. Anyway, thank you all for that, and that is my 3 items to report.
Thank you, Jeff. Okay, moving on to new business. Julie, do you want to read ordinance 20-17?
Sorry, I just had to unmute myself.
It's okay.
Okay. Too many computers here.
It's just 2017 you're doing.
Okay, got it. I move to introduce and pass on first reading ordinance 20-17. You don't want me to do 20-18?
Just 20-17.
Okay. set the hearing for September 15th, 2020 at 8 o'clock p.m. or as soon thereafter in the Tenafly Municipal Center.
Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Omar, could you read the title and conduct a roll call, please?
Sure. Ordinance number 20-17, an ordinance to fix salary, wage, or compensation of certain management, administrative, civilian dispatchers, and part-time employees of the Borough of Tenafly and the Community of Bergen and the State of New Jersey for the calendar years 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Dayton.
Yes.
Councilmember Grossman.
Yes.
Councilmember Menon.
Yes.
Councilmember Mike.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connor.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Okay, moving on to mayor's remarks. I'm going to read a proclamation in recognition of ONAM, and then we're going to go in closed section. You know, Lizette, it's perfectly reasonable that from now on in the future, I read proclamations at the beginning of meetings when the most number of people here. But you want to interject something?
Yeah, I was going to say, would you mind if I read it?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
No,
just
okay.
just as a just as a thought.
Look at I like celebrating everything, so I don't mind diving right in. But
well,
please
we can do alternate
do
words.
us the honor.
We can do alternate words if you'd like.
No, we don't have enough time.
All right, so I'd like to read this proclamation. There's a holiday coming up on August 31st, and to the extent that we won't have a meeting before the 31st, I thought this would be the appropriate time. So, without further ado, whereas Onam is an annual 10-day harvest festival holiday and is celebrated by people from the South Indian state of Kerala and the worldwide Malayali diaspora. Whereas Onam is a holiday with its origins in Hindu lore, but celebrated as a cultural festival throughout Kerala and globally among Malayalis, irrespective of social group or religion. Whereas Onam takes place at the beginning of the month of Chinyam, the first month of the Malayalam solar calendar, which falls in the Gregorian calendar months of August or September of every year. Whereas the story of Onam is meant to commemorate King Mahabali, the legendary king of Kerala, whose spirit is said to return annually to visit his people, to see them exchanging gifts and wearing new clothing, placing elaborate floral rangolis called purkalams at the entrances to their homes, enjoying the extensive vegetarian feast or Onam Sadhya, and engaging in many other positive social activities throughout the 10-day period. Whereas the most important day of Onam, known as Thiru Onam, meaning Sacred Onam Day, occurs on the 10th day, which in the 2020 calendar falls on the 31st day of August, and the day on which King Mahabali makes his appearance. Whereas over 600,000 people from the state of Kerala have migrated to the United States, and a significant number of the approximately 300 Tenafly residents and over 30,000 Bergen County residents of Asian Indian background similarly have their families' origins in Kerala and celebrate Onam annually. Now, therefore, the Borough of Tenafly Mayor and Council does hereby recognize the holiday of Onam and wishes all people from Kerala, along with all the people in the Borough of Tenafly, a happy Onam.
Thank you for reading that, Vanu. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Very nice.
Thank you for allowing me.
Of course. The only other mayor's remark I have to make is that tomorrow I get to do my second wedding at noon at Borough Hall. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Anyway, okay. Anthony, can you read the? Excuse me?
Yes.
Can you read the going into closed session?
Sure, Mayor. Resolution R 20-310 at a regular meeting of the Mayor and Council of the Borough of Tenafly, County of Bergen, State of New Jersey, held on August 17, 2020. Be it resolved in compliance with NJSA 10:4-12, the Mayor and Council of the Borough of Tenafly are going into closed executive session to discuss the following matters. A. Personnel. 1. Building Department. 2. FMLA request. Police Department. B. Attorney-client privilege. 1. Tennakill Swim Club. Minutes will be taken of the meeting and released to the public at the time that the matter is resolved.
Can I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Is second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
I know